those are there. We heard from the building healthy community about more needs. And with that, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem and Council, that concludes our presentation.
All right, with that, any questions of the city manager? Well, since you don't like to go first, let me...
Whatever, Mr. Mayor. I just want to be very brief.
I am kidding. I'm kidding. Go ahead. Just
thank
a joke.
You, Mr.
Just
Mayor.
a joke.
I'm just going to be brief because I had a very robust conversation with Jorge yesterday, and I just want to encourage my colleagues to have a conversation with the city manager or Jorge, who is putting all the numbers together in regards to the allocations. At this time, only 2 members of the city council up here have actually had the conversation with him so that we could have actually a real conversation at the next meeting when we make the recommendation to approve this. We have 1 month, and so I'm just hoping that you all will make the phone call or sit down with them to give your points of view so that we can really drill down on the amount. There's only a certain amount of money, and to take into consideration that we only have one-time dollars. These are one-time, and so I think it's important for us to realize that and understand that there are only certain things that we can do, and if we so choose to move forward and do things that are ongoing, it's going to affect our base budget. And do we have the dollars as it pertains to the base budget to continue some of these programs or projects? So I just want my colleagues to keep that in mind. And lastly, just want to thank the Building Healthy Communities for coming here today and advocating for public health and amenities and placemaking, and all of this is down there. And I believe many of these things that they discuss, I think they really can happen. And again, it's just really going to take this council to understand that it is only one-time dollars. So any of the things that you guys all ask for, you have to understand that if it is continuing, you need to realize that it's going to affect the base budget, and that's a bigger conversation. So things that are one-time items like placemaking and other things of that nature, we possibly can be supportive of. So I just want the audience as well to keep that in mind, because we only have one-time dollars here. If it were really up to me, there's a lot of things that I want to get done that are one-time, but if it were up to me, I would have put all this money into an account and focus on deferred maintenance. And so whatever the $1 million is and whatever money we receive next year, just as we've done with our reserve, it was all done with one-time money. And if we really want to fix our facilities, whether it be our parks or our city facilities, and we really want to assure that it gets done in an equitable fashion, you need to have more than just $2 million or $3 million and just do a very short fix, knowing that you don't have sustainable dollars to continue to maintain all these facilities. And so I just want to for us to keep that in mind, that what are our real priorities. And again, just wanting to thank our staff for putting this all together. We have some really tough decisions to make and really drill down on how we're going to spend these dollars. With that being said, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Let me make a comment, and then, please let's continue. And this is more of a comment and a question, maybe a direction. I've been talking to Mayor Pro Tem here with some thoughts, and a couple of thoughts is, we are talking about one-time monies, but we do have this $3.8 million, which is one-time money. So if we're going to consider this and there's need, is it an appropriate time to maybe put that into the pot so that the $11 billion goes higher? Just a question for right now, but a policy decision we should contemplate. The other is that, remember on Bristol Street, we've got the sale of property. I know it's one-time money as well, but that's $2.1 million. So if we had to add the 3.8 to the 2.1, at that point, we're getting close to $6 million, and you add that to the $11 million, now you're close to the 17, which we had originally. So I don't know if there's any thoughts right now, but if there are, I think it's an appropriate time. Just thoughts on this concept, please.
Right. Along those lines, I know our city manager mentioned we do have a very robust reserve right now. I'm not saying that we spend all of it, but if we can look at maybe a portion of it, I really would want to at least focus on the major needs, the 17 million I think we have to find a way to at least fix the things that are, need to be fixed immediately. So if we can look at that, I think, kind of along what the mayor was saying, we do want to fund these things that are need to be fixed immediately.
Thank you, Councilwoman and Mayor. We definitely, at the staff, recommend that we use those funds that you just outlined. The reason the Economic Uncertainty Fund is because we do have a reserve of 20%. We also have very robust property taxes. The UT did pass, so we want to rename it an Economic Investment and Uncertainty Fund, where we could invest in SARTEC, for example, get higher rents, and then that fund would be replenished for other needs. So, Mr. Mayor and members of council, we're recommending that those funds be added to the surplus allocation.
I know we're not voting today, but would a show of hands be appropriate as we come back? Mayor Pro Tem, please.
I was going to mention that as you see the line item for the 3.8 million, which is going to be considered now an economic investment fund, there's a bullet right below it that recommends that money go towards SARTIC, which I think is a good direction to go in, because if that gets rehabbed, that means that money invested can be recovered through rents and improvements there. So to the extent we look at we consider what the council member said, Councilmember Martinez said about these being one-time funds, and she's asking us to be disciplined, which is what I would ask as well. Let's look at monies invested that give us a return. Mm-hmm. So if we can find ways to invest these monies into areas that will either fund themselves, create additional funds later, that just makes a lot more sense to me. It's a wise way to spend it. It's the prudent way to spend it. We'd love to spend it on everything there is, but as you see the column on the right, that's almost $50 million in need. And that's just baseline stuff. That's just, lighting, sidewalks, pathways, air conditioning. I mean, if you see some of the air conditioning needs in some of our libraries and community centers, after the summer that we just went through, and for kids to be in a stifling environment, and for us not to address those needs, look, I'd love to give money to every worthy cause there is out there, but at least a baseline standard is what we should be looking at tonight.
Thank you. Again, precisely the point. In the last meeting, the Public Works Director mentioned that we could actually raise our rents by about $450,000 if we made these improvements at SARTEC. And with the streetcar coming, $250 million project will probably end up being about $1.5 billion to $2 billion in investment. And this is the first point of entry to Santa Ana, so I think this would be a great investment.
All right, more thought? If not, we'll continue with our agenda.
I'm taking that as consensus to do that.
Yes, you're not hearing no from anybody. So with that, let's go on, Madam Clerk. That would bring us to...
Mr. Mayor, on our second study session item,
Go ahead.
I know this is something that I asked to come before us, but just in the interest of time, and I know this has been continued quite often, the reality is that we're possibly going to fund this with these one-time dollars. It's just a schedule, so I think that it's best that Fred, our planning director, just email us the presentation and not having to go over this
fine,
presentation.
and then we can give feedback.
Yes, and we'll give feedback to him.
So, did our planning director hear that?
Yes, Fred.
Okay.
You meant Fred?
No, our planning director. I met Hassan.
Right. She just, on the presentation, she just wants you to email it to us and we'll give you feedback.
I will
Mayor?
be happy to do so.
Yes.
Can we just do it as a receive and file?
Yes,
we have
receive
it-
and file, yes.
Receive and file as a council
And
agenda
email
item.
the presentation to us.
We will do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So is there any opposition to that? Seeing none, we will do that. And now we're about to go back into closed session. so
Mr.
let me-
Mayor, before you
Yes.
go into closed session, I want to reconsider a vote that I took. Just my messy notes. I put a no on 75C. It was supposed to be a no somewhere else that I did cast. And so it was an error in my part. I'm fully supportive of 75C, and I met
Do you
with
guys
the
remember
applicants.
that loud no?
And it was a very loud no because of Bristol. Just Bristol in itself.
Can we make it a loud?
A loud yes, yes.
All right. So should I reopen it, Madam Clerk, in order to have her vote?
No, it is not needed. A revote is not needed. It will be noted on the minutes.
Was that loud enough? All right. Yes, Ms. City Manager.
Mayor, I was sorry. I was interrupted with very good news that I think we should announce because we just found out. And I think people will be very happy about it. And I don't want to take someone else's good work. It belongs to all the council. But it relates very closely to capital needs. And so I'd like to invite our Public Work Director, Fabulous Fred, to make the announcement.
This is fresh off the press, Fred?
Fresh off the press, yes.
You got it.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. 4 months ago, we applied for 3 active transportation projects, and we received the word this afternoon that we were approved. All 3 projects are approved, and we're getting the grant. We're getting $11.7 million grant for.
You got to say that loud.
Can you say it again and say what it's for again, please, Fred?
Active transportation.
I know. What streets, just for folks at home?
Active transportation projects. There are 3 projects. One is Santa Ana and 5th Street protected bike lane, Edinger protected bike lane, Civic Center bike boulevard. The 3 projects, all 3 were approved, and we would move forward to it as soon as possible.
And this is from what source? What did
State.
we apply? State of California.
State of California, yes.
Good. Thank you. So that doesn't make the $43 million come down. That simply is money that makes other parts of the city better.
Mr. Mayor, I just want
Excellent.
to,
Go ahead.
just state for the record that, the amount of money over the past 4 years in return to active transportation, we've gone over the $30 million mark, and that's really fairly new for the city of Santa Ana. And so it's just to tell the community that we've made a major commitment to active transportation by applying grants, and thanking Fred and his staff, but as well, most recently wanting to thank Jorge, because I've been bugging him to bug our city manager, to then city manager to bug our other staff, and our public works staff have done a tremendous job, whether it be TAG or others, of how to actually apply for these grants. And I'm wanting to also thank Corey Wilkerson. When we made the decision to hire an active transportation coordinator, I think is certainly paying dividends, and we're starting to see that. And so I just wanting to thank Fred and his entire staff for the great work that they've been doing.
All right, what I would like to suggest now, we're almost wrapped up with our council meeting. If we may, let's just hold the city manager's report and council comments. I know we're going to go back into closed session, and then we'll come back out. All right, so that let's temporarily go into closed session. We already did. We've already had all the comments that I have cards. If you have a question, come down. You can talk to the clerk.
¿para qué vas a seguir? Entiéndeme, yo te amo. Y luchar por una vida que vale la pena, eso es amor, entiéndelo, amor. Y yo tengo, yo te tengo pena, que tengo más que eso. Yo te tengo amor, te quiero dar todo lo que tú quieras. Sé de amor, corazón. Sé de amor. Eres mi corazón, eres mi corazón. Yo te quiero dar amor, entiéndelo. Te quiero dar mi perro. Sé de amor. Es el alma que me dice que te siga. Es el alma que me dice que te siga.
¿Qué más de mi vida?
vas a olvidar. Yo he tenido tanto temor. ¿Para qué vas a olvidar? Si solo quiero tu amor. Es el alma que me dice que te siga. Quiero darte todo, 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 todo tu perdón. Que no sé de amar, corazón. Yo sí sé de amar, sí sé de amor, corazón, corazón. ¿Para qué vas a seguir? Entiéndeme, yo te amo. Y luchar por una vida que vale la pena, eso es amor. Entiéndelo, amor. Y yo tengo perdón, yo te tengo perdón, te tengo más que eso. Yo te tengo amor, te quiero dar todo lo que tú quieras. Sé de amar, corazón. Sé de amar. Eres mi corazón, eres mi corazón. Yo te quiero dar amor, entiéndelo. Te quiero dar mi perdón. Sé de amar. Es el alma que me dice que te siga. Es el alma que me dice que te siga.
eso, que han caído los esquemas de mi vida.
qué vas a olvidar? Yo he tenido tanto temor. ¿Para qué vas a olvidar? Si solo quiero tu amor. Es el alma que me dice que te siga. Quiero darte todo, 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 todo tu perdón. Que no sé de amar, corazón. Yo sí sé de amar, sí sé de amor, corazón, corazón. ¿Para qué vas a seguir? Entiéndeme, yo te amo. Y luchar por una vida que vale la pena, eso es amor. Entiéndelo, amor. Y yo tengo perdón, yo te tengo perdón, te tengo más que eso. Yo te tengo amor, te quiero dar todo lo que tú quieras. Sé de amar, corazón. Sé de amar. Eres mi corazón, eres mi corazón. Yo te quiero dar amor, entiéndelo. Te quiero dar mi perdón. Sé de amar. Es el alma que me dice que te siga. Es el alma que me dice que te siga.
esquinita de mi hueso que han caído los esquemas de mi vida.
vida. Yo he tenido tanto temor. ¿Para qué vas a olvidar? Si solo quiero tu amor. Es el alma que me dice que te siga. Quiero darte todo, 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 todo tu perdón. Que no sé de amar, corazón. Yo sí sé de amar, sí sé de amor. Corazón, corazón. ¿Para qué vas a seguir? Entiéndeme, yo te amo. Y luchar por una vida que vale la pena, eso es amor. Entiéndelo, amor. Y yo tengo perdón, yo te tengo perdón, te tengo más que eso. Yo te tengo amor, te quiero dar todo lo que tú quieras. Sé de amor, corazón. Sé de amor. Eres mi corazón, eres mi corazón. Yo te quiero dar amor, entiéndelo. Te quiero dar mi perdón. Sé de amor. Es el alma que me dice que te siga. Es el alma que me dice que te siga.
Santa Ana Public Library invites you to explore their new Play and Learn area located in the Children's Department. This special area, dedicated to fostering early literacy skills for children ages 0 to 5 years, was made possible by an Early Learning with Families grant from the California State Library. The statewide Early Learning with Families program was created to encourage parents to play an active part in helping their children develop skills that will provide a foundation for future reading success. Parents who play and read with their children can promote visual, auditory, movement, and tactile activities that strengthen early literacy skills. The Play and Learn area offers unique features designed to promote these activities, including toys geared to educate youngsters about the alphabet, numbers, shapes, colors, hand-eye coordination, logic, and cause and effect. For more information on Santa Ana Public Library's Play and Learn area, please call Youth Services at 714-647-5258 or visit santa-ana.org/library.
Jingle bell, jingle bell, jingle bell rock. Jingle bells swing and jingle bell ring. Snowing and blowing, a bushel of fun. Now the jingle bells are singing. Jingle bell, jingle bell, jingle bell rock. Jingle bell time.
How's everybody doing? Everybody doing all right? We ready for Christmas? Let me hear ya! Let me hear ya! In a little bit, we're gonna have the ballet folklorico dancing up here. Before we get started though, I wanted to officially wish everybody happy holidays. Quisiera decirles a todos antes que empezamos que tengan un buen días festivos, ¿ok? Que la pasen muy bien con sus familiares y que canten muchas canciones navideñas, ¿verdad? Qué bueno que están aquí. Les quiero dar la bienvenida aquí al segundo anual Plaza Navideña. Primeramente, yo les quiero felicitar, les quiero dar la bienvenida de parte de la ciudad y todos los concejales, que tengamos una bonita época de fiestas, que estemos en unión con la familia, pero más que nada que estemos agradecidos por todo lo bueno que tenemos aquí en la ciudad. Quisiera que me lo den un reconocimiento, un aplauso al personal de la ciudad que ha hecho todo esto posible, el Departamento de Parques y Recreaciones, Gerardo Moet, todo su personal que están aquí, pero de parte mía les quiero desear una bonita, feliz Navidad, un próspero año nuevo, que el 2015 nos traiga muchas cosas buenas y que a todos los niños pues les tengamos bien cerca a casa, y un abrazo a todos de parte mío para ustedes, son mis deseos. Muchas gracias, que sigan adelante.
La tristeza de mis ojos, que lloran en silencio por tu amor. Me miro en el espejo y veo en mi rostro el tiempo que he sufrido por tu adiós. Obligo a que te olvide el pensamiento, pues siempre estoy pensando en el ayer. Que despierta, tanto que me duele que no estés, como quisiera.
as well as all of our tour sponsors. Tonight's performance is sponsored by the City of Santa Ana Parks and Recreation. Thank you so much for having us back. We love this park. It's adorable. It's a great night. You're going to have a wonderful evening.
Have you seen the Bottom's house? Is he come home yet?
We cannot be worried about him now. He is transported.
If he come not, then the play is hard. It goes not forward, doesn't it? It is not possible that you have not a man in all Athens able to discharge Pyramus, but he.
No, he simply has the best wit of any handicraft man in Athens.
Oh, yea, and the best person, too, and he is a very paramour for a sweet voice.
No, you must say paragon. Paramour is, God bless us, a thing of naught.
The Duke is coming from the temple, and there are 2 or 3 lords and ladies who are married. So sport had gone forward, you'd all been made mad.
Oh, sweet bully bottom. Thus hath he lost 6 pence a day during his life. He could not escape 6 pence a day. And had the Duke not given him 6 pence a day for playing Pyramus, I'll be hanged. He would have deserved it. 6 pence a day for Pyramus or nothing.
Where are these lads? Where are these? Almost courageous day! Almost happy hour! Masters, I am to discourse wonders, but ask me not what, for if I tell you I am no true Athenian. I'll tell you everything right as it fell out. Well, let us hear, sweet father. Not a word of me. All I will tell you is that the Duke had died. Get you your apparel together. Every man look o'er his part, for the short long is our play is prepared! At any rate, let this be have clean linen, so not he who plays the lion pare his nails, for they should hang out as a lion's claws, and most. Deer actors eat no garlic nor onions. We are to utter sweet words, and I do not doubt that to hear them say it is a sweet comedy. No more words, away! Go away.
Tis strange, my fair Zeus, that these lovers speak of.
More strange than true, I never may believe these antique fables nor these fairy toys.
But all the story of the night told over in all their minds, transfigured so together. More witnesses and fancies images engrossed to so him a great constancy, but howsoever strange and admirable.
Oh, here come the lovers! Joy and mirth! Joy, gentle friends! Joy and gentle days of love accompany your hearts!
More than to us, wait your royal walks, your boards, your bed.
Come, what music, what masks shall we have? What dance to wear away the long age of 3 hours between our supper and our bedtime? Where is our usual manager of mirth? Come, is there no play to ease the anguish of a torturing hour? Call fellows, stir!
Here, my Odysseus!
Say, what arrangement have you for this evening? What play, what mask? How shall we beguile the lazy time, if not with some delights?
There is a brief how many sports are right, make choice of which your highness will see first.
No. Ah! The tedious, brief scene of young Pyramus and his love Thisbe. Very tragical mirth, merry and tragical, tedious and brief. Why, this is hot ice, wondrous strange snow. How shall we find the concord of this discord?
There is a play, my lord, some 10 words long, which is as brief as I have known a play. But by 10 words, my lord, it is too long. Which makes it tedious. For in all the play, there is not one word apt, one player fitted. And tragical, my noble lord, it is, for Pyramus daring doth kill himself. Which, when I saw rehearsed, I must confess, made mine own eyes water. But more merry tears, the passion of loud laughter, never shed.
What are you playing?
Oh, hard-handed men that work in Athens here, which never labored in their minds till now, and now have toiled their unbreathed memories with this same play against your nuptial.
I'll hear this play.
Now! My noble lord, it is not for you. I have seen it over, and there is nothing in the world unless you can find sport in their intent, extremely stretched and calm with cruel pain, cruel, to do you service.
I'll hear this play. For never anything to be amiss when simpleness and duty tender it. Go, bring them in, and take your places, ladies.
I love not to see wretchedness or charge than booty in this service perishing, and
Why, my gentle sweet, you shall see no such
he
thing.
says that can do nothing in this kind.
The kind are we to give them thanks for nothing.
My noble lord here, the prologue is addressed.
Let him approach. Ah!
offend, it is with our good will. That you should think, we come not to offend, but with goodwill, to show our simple skill. That is the true beginning of our end. Consider then, we come but in despite. We do not come as minding to content you. Our true intent is all for your delight. We are not here. That you should hear repent you, the actors are at hand, and by their show you shall know all that you are like to know.
This fellow does not stand upon points. He has read his prologue like a rough colt. He knows how to stop.
Indeed, he hath played upon his prologue like a child on a recorder. Sound, but not in government.
He speaks like a tangled chain. Nothing impaired, but all disordered. Who's next?
Gentles, perchance you wonder at this show, but wonder on, till truth make all things plain. This man is Pyramus, if you would know. This beauteous lady, Thisbe is certain. This man, with line and rough cast doth present wall, that vile wall, which did these lovers sunder, and through walls chimney. Poor souls, they are content to whisper. And the which let no man wonder. This man, with lantern, dog, and bush of thorn, presented moonshine for. If you would know, by moonshine did these lovers think no scorn, to meet at Ninus' tomb, there to woo. This grisly beast, which lion hight by name, the trusty Thisbe, coming first by night, did scare away, or rather, did affright. And as she fled, a mantle she did fall, which lion, vile, with bloody mouth did stain. Anon comes Pyramus, sweet youth and tall, and finds his trusty Thisbe's mantle slain. Whereat, with bloody, blameful blade, he bravely broached his boiling, bloody breast, and Thisbe, tarrying in mulberry shade, his dagger drew and died. For all the rest, let lion, moonshine, wall, and lovers twain at large discourse while here they do remain.
vas a olvidar. Yo he tenido tanto temor. ¿Para qué vas a olvidar? Si solo quiero tu amor. Que te siga, quiero darte todo tu perdón, que no sé de amar, corazón, yo sí sé de amar, sí sé de amor. Corazón, corazón. ¿Para qué vas a seguir? Entiéndeme, yo te amo y luchar por una vida que vale la pena, eso es amor, entiéndelo, amor. Y yo tengo perdón, yo te tengo perdón, te tengo. Tengo amor, te quiero dar todo lo que tú quieras. Sé de amor, corazón. Sé de amor. Eres mi corazón, eres mi corazón. Yo te quiero. Que me dice que te siga. Es el alma que me dice que te siga.
We want to invite all the residents and people that live in Santa Ana to always shop in your hometown.
When you make purchases here in the city, more of your money stays in the local economy.
For the fourth year in a row, our downtown restaurants have been named the best in Orange County. And this year, the North Left was recognized as having the best chef.
With a $50 million expansion, the Westfield Main Place is a great place for shopping and dining, and soon even working out.
Not only is Santa Ana a great place to shop, but it's a great place to eat too. Taco de Sariana's consistently ranks as one of the best tamale shops in Orange County. I'll take two.
So whether you're getting a haircut or buying a car, when you shop in Santa Ana, you support our local economy, help create jobs, and support our youth, education, and community.
From downtown Santa Ana to South Coast, shop local, Shop Santa Ana.
Welcome to our Winter Fashion and Talent Show. Bienvenidos a todos a nuestro talento de invierno y desfile de moda.
Puede pensar que por se le acabe, ni el dinero, ni nada, ni nadie.
Un día a la vez, Dios mío, es lo que pido de ti. Dame la fuerza para vivir un día a la vez.
Si me encuentro por ahí con la muerte, a lo macho no le de temer. Si su amor no perdí para siempre, ¿qué me importa la vida perder?
Es una clase que se le da de corte y confección, donde las alumnas hacen su patrón y hacen su ropa a su medida, no compran el patrón. Ustedes pueden ver que son personas mayores. Esta clase es muy bonita, se divierten, es muy acogedora, o sea, no es para que ustedes vengan nerviosas, es para que ustedes se relajen.
Lo que me gusta de aquí que tenemos bastantes actividades para todas las edades. Yo tengo 72 años y me siento muy bien aquí. Tomamos clases de costura, hay actividades de paseos y todo.
Aquí todas nos tratan con mucho amor, con mucho respeto. Todos los empleados son muy buenos con nosotros. Entonces estamos muy contentas de estar en este centro.
Estoy muy contenta viniendo al centro, tengo como 5 años viniendo aquí a divertirme, a las fiestas, a aprender, a jugar bingo, a lo que ellos ofrecen. Estamos muy contentas de que tengamos este centro aquí.
La edad no importa, vengan, las invito. Es hora de que ustedes salgan de sus casas y vengan a participar con nosotros. Están invitadas.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor to be here at this phase of the Garfield project. We have such a beautiful facility here, not just with this beautiful community center, but also with the great school and the playground. It makes me almost want to go out and roll on the grass out there. It's so nice out there. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do it. But it's just a great pleasure to be here. And really what this is a testimony to is what can happen when the city and the school district work together to make things happen and make something good happen for this community.
I'm familiar with joint use facilities, and I would say that progressive cities and progressive school districts across the U.S. in the last 10 years have had these kinds of efforts. So my commendations to the collective whole of Santa Ana that has engaged in this.
I want to thank my city council, because I know that as this project began, there was a lot of energy to make it happen. Also school board members. I know that without that cooperation, this would not have been possible.
Santa Ana is the youngest population per capita in the United States for a city its size. It's also one of the most dense, has one of the most dense populations in the United States as well.
Well, it continues to be a very unique partnership and a journey between the school district and the city, because together we're figuring out how to serve a community that needs more recreational and open space. Garfield is a very unique partnership. On the second floor, we have 2 technology rooms and 1 multi-purpose room. And in the 2 technology rooms, a variety of different things we'll offer, but in particular, the community will be able to learn how to produce videos, get those videos broadcast on cable TV, learn those skills, have fun enjoying them, celebrating arts and cultures and community building. We also will teach the community with regards to how to use computers. We'll also have classes on health, classes on dance, classes on yoga. A variety of different recreational opportunities will be provided, and that's pretty much available all the time, even during school hours, in the second floor. And then in the first floor is a multi-purpose room where the children will use it during the school hours, but then after school hours it will be used by the community as well.
Personally, it means a tremendous amount to me. Growing up in this neighborhood, we didn't really have much here, and so as we look at the new affordable housing, and now not only providing good housing for the residents in this community, but providing a community center where their children go to school, and at the same time, the parents now will be able to come and do leisure classes, community meetings, exercise, and before this never existed. And so the partnership between the Santa Ana Unified School District and the city is a very special and very important one, specifically in this area. It's one of the most poorest zip codes in the entire county, 92701. And so when we know that if we don't provide our residents with the appropriate amenities and educational facilities, our children cannot prosper and neither can our families. And so this is truly very special for us to be here for this ribbon cutting of the Garfield Community Center.
I'm very pleased, very happy to see the city and the district working together for the benefit of our community. This is a much needed place for every kid to have a place in the afternoon.
We like this building because we can do any assemblies, any meetings we have from student council, any talent shows that we have during the school year, any plays and different kind of things.
2, 3.
Confiamos en que este sea solamente el inicio de abrir estos espacios que tienen las escuelas en unidad con el distrito escolar y la ciudad.
very special day. Es un día muy especial porque vamos a hacer la inauguración, the inauguration, the ribbon cutting for the exercise zone, for the seniors and for the public.
When I came here about a year and a half ago and was walking with them, Francine Harris gave me a pamphlet and told me about this company and what they did in Westminster. And she said, why can't we do this here at the senior centers? The seniors also want to be able to exercise and be outdoors. And I said, yeah, that's a great idea. The greatness about this community is that we can come together with our seniors, with our employees at City Hall who are understanding the needs of our seniors and willing to contribute and give. And so I want to thank our seniors. I want to thank our Parks and Rec Director Gerardo Moe. I want to thank Juan Lara, for all his hard work, what he does here at the Senior Center, and thank my colleagues for continuing to wanting to support our seniors, and not only that, making a commitment to living healthier lives and building a healthier community here in Santa Ana.
I just want to thank you all because I know that when we used to drive by, you didn't see much, and you wondered what was inside, why was this here? It was inactive space, and now it's going to be turned into very, very active space for you. And as one of the senior members of the council, because I'm closer to that age demographic than the youth. We have a lot of youth in the city, but I think sometimes we need to devote more time to our seniors because we know we're all going to get to that point. We know that we all want to remain active and healthy and be in a great environment. So this is for you. Thank you all to our Parks and Rec staff, and I know our senator is in the back. Lou, why don't you come and join us up here?
This is beautiful today, and I want to thank Michelle for her leadership, council, and of course the employees who volunteered and really donated the time and effort to make this happen. Muchas gracias a todos. Un milagro claramente que se ha hecho aquí. A miracle happened here today. And more importantly, let me say thank you to our seniors. You built this country. You helped make this the greatest country in the world, the richest county, the richest state, the richest country in the world. We need to make sure we do more of this with the leadership of people like this. So thank you very much. I'm here not to take credit, but to give you the muchas gracias. Thank you very much.
On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Today we are here at the ribbon cutting for the Birch Park Exercise Zone. And it's adjacent to one of our oldest parks in the city and to our Santa Ana Senior Center. And we're here today to open up this exercise zone. The equipment is by Greenfield, one of the best exercise equipment in the nation, and we're very excited to bring it here into our downtown to Birch Park, where our seniors will be able to utilize the equipment and exercise during the day. Our residents, our youth, the business community around this area, if they want to get some exercise in. Santa Ana is trying to build a healthier community, and why we've made it a top priority to provide outdoor exercise equipment, not only here at Birch Park, but it will also be going to a joint use partnership with our Santa Ana Unified School District at Garfield Elementary School, because we really believe that if we're able to provide outdoor amenities for our residents here in our community, they will live healthier lives. And this is what we're trying to do, is create wellness opportunities for our residents here in Santa Ana.
Rest your feet on the ground. You can rest them on the footrest or lift them up for additional pressure. And again, you're primarily using your own body weight and strength.
A couple of years ago, the seniors wanted to start an exercise or to have an exercise zone. They fell in love with a project in a nearby city. I went to take a look at it, and so we started fundraising. And we started fundraising. The city employees actually donated a total of $38,000, and we were able to buy the equipment, install it, put the rubberized matting. Saved us a great deal of money. Eventually, there's going to be a community garden as well here. This is the old shuffleboard court area, as well as a beautiful historical wrought iron fence that's going to surround the facility and keep it safe.
Now we have the opportunity and everybody make a good exercise, don't stay home, come over here to our senior, participate in all the activities. We have all kinds of exercise over here in the senior center. We have aerobics. Now we have all these machines, then we can do all kinds of exercise, and we can start and dance, we can enjoy the life. I feel very proud I've been in here in the senior center for almost more than 13 years, and I feel very proud about our seniors because you can find all kinds of friends. I really enjoy my senior center. I no change for anything. I don't want to stay home ever. I come every day, raining days, stormy days, anytime.
According to the U.S. Census, Santa Ana's population is estimated to be 330,990, ranking 57th nationally and 11th statewide. Santa Ana is the county seat of Orange County.
See how it's like it's kind of mushy?
Kind of mushy.
On the thing, right?
The monstrosity.
to have our director give the welcome to all of you, nice people, nice organizations to help our veterans. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Millie, and welcome everyone. My name is Gerardo Moed. I'm the Executive Director for the City of Santa Ana's Parks, Recreation, and Community Services Agency. And if you've seen Parks and Recreation, the show, it's not true what they say that librarians and recreation people don't get along. We do very well. But yeah, let me tell you why I didn't want to miss this event. You know, so I oversee the agency, and I'm very proud of the library, and I believe the library should have a lot more resources for the city this size, but what we do is amazing. What the librarians do is amazing. I'm most proud when staff become a strong team and show their strengths through creative program development and meet unmet needs in the community. This is one of those examples. Millie Lugo and her team did just that. They realized that our veterans and their families have special needs, that the library, our library, is very equipped to help them. The concept of the Veterans Resource Center at the library is a great one. Today is the official opening of this unique new program, and it is an outstanding example of initiative and creativity. This city is fortunate to have these library professionals and this beautiful library building. At the center, which we will firsthand in a little while see the ribbon cutting, I understand, from top, right? That's pretty unique. The center will provide practical information on educational and personal topics that will serve our veterans well. We will also provide our veterans with the tools they will need to do research and complete applications, for example, and connect our veterans with the service organizations that can be of service to them. So I know that this room is full of very knowledgeable people. So if you know of veteran service organizations that can be added to the list of the library, please let us know, because that's what librarians do best, is they connect people with information that is useful and informative. And then in closing, let me tell you, very personal to me, my father, Ignacio Moed, would be very happy looking down, is happy looking down today at this library. He served in World War II under General George Patton, and after the war ended in Europe, he was about to be sent to Japan when the war ended there. My dad would be very proud right now, just like I'm very proud of this wonderful new center. So thank you for coming. I'm going to pass it back to Millie because I know we want to stay on program. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now, if you all stand, we'd like to do the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Joseph Alonso.
Please put your hand on your heart or stand up for address. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
I'd like to say a few words about the center and about the library. First of all, welcome again. Our library, together with California libraries, recognizes the challenges faced by the men and women returning home. For many veterans in Orange County, their toughest battle begins when they return home. Libraries understand how important it is to access credible information and services in times of need. Information is what will link our veterans to your agencies and organizations. We aim to be the informational oasis. It is a natural fit. Our presence is both physical with the center downstairs and virtual. Feel free to get one of these handouts. We have a tremendous web presence resources for our veterans. We want to invite veterans to help other veterans by volunteering their services at the library's Resource Center, and veteran organizations to extend their outreach through the use of the center. I would like to thank the support we have received from the Outreach to Veterans Initiative program sponsored by the State Library CalVet, and InfoPeople. Santa Ana College Veterans Upward Bound Program, and the Office of Senator Lou Correa for helpful connections with veteran organizations. Most importantly, our library staff, who embraced this project and really helped me get it to fruition. I would like to mention the following guests who have shown their support and are here today, maybe on their way, from the Department of Veterans Affairs, Eddie Falcon, Richard Sells, Andrew Jackson, Fernando del Villar, Office of Assembly Member Tom Daly, Matthew Hicks, Office of Senator Lou Correa, Max Madrid, Angelica Christensen, and Arthur Sandoval, Office of Congresswoman Loretta Sanchez, Robert Bañuelos, Office of Senator Mimi Walters. You're a whole bunch. Are you all here now? Or no? Well, I have Ben, Grace, Tisha, Nabra, and Linda. From the Orange County Veterans Advisory Council, Miguel Vasquez. And from the GI Forum, Alex Diaz. Lastly, it is with great pride that I dedicate the opening of the Veterans Resource Center to the veterans in our community, and also to my father, U.S. Army Sergeant Angel Caballero, World War II and Korean War veteran, and a member of Puerto Rico's 65th Infantry Regiment, the Borinqueniers, which were just awarded the Congressional Gold Medal by President Obama on June 10, 2014. So, it is with great pleasure I want to introduce the next speaker, but before we go on, I believe Robert Bañuelos would like to present to our director and our operations manager.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Robert, and I'm with the Office of Congresswoman Sanchez. I am on her task force as helping veterans and their families here in the district. And I, too, as many of us, we're glad to see the center open. I'm a resident, native-born resident of Santa Ana. My father, all my uncles, all World War II veterans. So the family's all happy to see this new resource center open. And on behalf of Congresswoman Sanchez, I have a presentation to make to Mr. Moet and to the City of Santa Ana for opening up this Veterans Center.
Thank you very much.
So on behalf of Assemblyman Tom Daly, I'd also like to present the certificate of recognition. Last year, he sits on the budget committee, and he worked with his colleagues to fund these veteran service offices in our community more. And he's also a co-sponsor at the Orange County Veterans Cemetery, which we're trying to push forward to in Orange County. So
thank you.
Thank you again. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
So moving on with our program, I don't know if I need this, no? I don't think so. Mr. Jose Solorio was expected. I don't know if he's here yet. I don't see him. So Mr. Max Madrid was also going to be here. He might be on his way. So we're going to continue with Joseph Alonso from the Student Service Coordinator for the Veterans Upward Bound Program, and also a veteran.
I feel like I'm third place. The other people are here. No, I'm just kidding. Well, thank you for having us, and thank you, Millie, for all of your hard work in putting the Veterans Resource Center together. My name is Joseph Alonso, and I'm the coordinator of the Veterans Upward Bound Program at Santa Ana College. And we do outreach to Orange County to get veterans into college, into trade school, whatever type of program they want to go to. We connect them with services employment, housing, and the like. Whenever we speak to veterans, and I'm sure some of you can attest to this, one thing that we always hear is that, you know, there's this out there, there's this out there, there's this out there. Like, oh, I never heard about that. I didn't know that was there for me. I think that this is going to be kind of like a bridge so that veterans in our community who might feel intimidated to go to EDD, who may feel intimidated to take the first step onto our college campus, will have a place to come, and the library will serve as a liaison to connect veterans to those resources. It's unbelievably important that veterans have a place to go to where they can connect with housing initiatives, employment initiatives, education, benefits, the VA. Maybe they've heard things about the VA, they don't want to go to Long Beach. This is going to be the place for them to connect to the different resources. The website that Millie and the library has put together along with our gentleman here is just amazing. It's really amazing. Super easy to use. You go on the website and it says housing, and the link with all the housing links is there. And if you're not on it, just tell Millie and she'll put you on there. Education, employment resources, they're all there. The veterans can use it easily. I mean, it's just an amazing resource. And I'm sure once the ribbon cutting is done, veterans will be able to go to the VRC, and it'll be just as easy here. The way that we are going to work with the VRC at Santa Ana College is that we are going to provide education benefit, informationals, and through our program, the Veterans Upward Bound program, we're going to prepare veterans for college. So if anytime a veteran comes to the VRC and wants to be connected to an education benefit, we will actually have our recruitment specialist housed in the Higher Education Center, which is upstairs on the other side, once a week for 4 hours. And the veterans can come up there and speak to our veterans representative, and he will connect them to their VA benefits, help them file a disability claim, help them get connected to Frank Fletcher in the EDD, help them connect to Vets First with housing, whatever they need. So we are directly invested in this project as well. We have lent our labor and our man hours to this project because we are so invested in the Higher Education Center and in the Veterans Resource Center. So from Santa Ana College, from everyone at Rancho Santiago School District, including the director of our project and the Dean of Students, Lilia Tanakayama, we're really excited, and thank you for having us, and thank you everyone for supporting veterans, and thank you, Millie, for all the work you've done.
Thank you so much, Joseph. It is my great pleasure to introduce Jackie Brinkley. She's library consultant for InfoPeople and the California State Library Veterans Outreach Initiative.
Thank you so much on behalf of the California State Library, who started this project about 3 years ago with the idea and the enthusiasm to reach out to veterans in 3 communities of California. And we're very, very proud to be working with our partner, the Department of Veterans Affairs, CalVet, and the folks there that are doing such fabulous work. So libraries have long been a community, cultural, trusted resource in every community with longer hours perhaps, more access, professional staff, and they're known in their community and trusted. So it was an ideal fit to bring resources to the libraries and ask the staff, and you've just done a fabulous job, I can't say. This is really a model program. And we have about 9 now in public libraries throughout the state, from Shasta County down to San Diego County, that are very similar in this type of how they've built resources, how the partnerships in the community are really, really critical. And again, Millie has done this on a really, really small amount of funding from the state library, so we really give you a lot of credit, and thank you for your support. And we really do hope to make this a rolling out of, and we have 180 library systems in the state, so we'd really like to see every public library be offering some level of this very, very important service to our community. So Thank you for including me here today. I'm really honored to be among you all and to be a part of this effort. So thank you and good luck.
It is my pleasure to invite Jean Willis. She is the Community Resource and Referral Center Coordinator for the VA Long Beach Healthcare System.
So thank you, Millie. Congratulations. This is just very inspiring and wonderful as a community resource. Millie invited me to speak with you today because VA Long Beach is establishing a community resource and referral center a stone's throw from here. We're going to be on the corner of Flower and Santa Ana Boulevard. We are designed to be a one-stop shop for homeless veterans. So our intention is to find homeless veterans in the community or receive referrals from you if you identify a homeless veteran, bring them into the center and provide them with whatever services they need to move them from homelessness into being housed. We have a nurse on site. She's here with us today. She can do the initial exam that is really the ticket to get a veteran into VA healthcare. It's called a vesting exam. We'll do it on site with very little wait time, hopefully the same day. We have mental health services available. We have a housing specialist. We have a substance abuse specialist with us. It's really designed to be a one-stop shop for whatever the veteran needs. Low threshold, minimal paperwork, no bureaucracy, no scary VA in Long Beach, friendly faces. That's really what we are about, and that's our philosophy. We have major partnerships with Veterans First and other service organizations. The Red Cross is here. Thank you for the hygiene kits that you donated. We really appreciate it. We are willing to partner and very interested in partnering with other community organizations that have something valuable to provide to homeless veterans. We have office space for you. It's free of charge. If you have something to offer homeless veterans, we would love to be able to speak to you. So we have already reached out to the American Legion. We will have a veteran service officer there on site each week for service upgrades, discharge upgrades, whatever it is the vet needs relative to that service area. We have a relationship with Working Wardrobes for employment services. It's really meant to be a very comprehensive service. So as you probably know, upstairs Veterans First has showers, laundry, clothing, food, employment. So between all of us, including this new resource center, I think we have really a resource-rich environment, perhaps for the first time in Orange County, that can really provide comprehensive services to homeless veterans. So we are not just Santa Ana, we are all of Orange County. We're going to be going from the top to the bottom, working with police departments. We've already been in parks. We're looking for our folks. So if you have homeless veterans, please let us know about them. They can be in transitional housing. They may or may not look homeless. So it's important to ask the question. And we would love to be able to connect with them, greet them, thank them for their service, and move them forward.
Thank you very much. And Jean, I welcome your services here too for your organization at our resource center.
Thank you.
Okay. I don't think that Mr. Salorio made it or Mr. Madrid, right? So we're going to move on, just making sure. I just want to give you a couple of quick announcements before we move on to the ribbon cutting. Ribbon. Outside on the resource table is a participation card for anyone who is interested in either volunteering at the center or you represent an organization and you want the organization to have impressive 2 or 3 hours a month. Just fill this out and I will contact you and we can make the arrangements. If if you parked in the parking next door, the covered parking, we will validate 2 hours free parking. Just get your little voucher from Mr. Manny Escamilla, distinguished looking young man with the beard. And yeah, I did this, and this will be also passed around. So this is the way we're gonna do the ribbon cutting because the area is small. You're gonna get a kind of a bird's eye view of the process. If I can invite Mr. Joseph Alonso
Come with me. Is Geraldo still here? Mr. Moet, Ms. Brinkley, Ms. Willis, if you will all stand. What we're going to do is we're going to go down. I'm going to have all of you stand on the balcony, and that way you can see the ceremony. After that, there are a lot of goodies here. We have resources on the resource table, and feel free to come in and browse downstairs. So if I can have those 4 people come with me, and I'll show you where you can stand.
We're here today in beautiful downtown Santa Ana at the historic main library, christening a new one-stop higher education center. Now our community has one place where parents can come to find out more about how to help their children go to college, where young people can come to learn, how do I pay for college and what college or university is right for my career goals. Also, mothers and fathers, working men and women can come here to find out how they take the next step in their education, whether they need to finish high school, whether they finished high school and they want to start a career training program in college, or whether they are ready to go to the university. Here in the city of Santa Ana, our motto has always been education first.
This particular component of the library will connect people, no matter what your age is, to kind of broaden your horizons with thinking about going on to continuing your education in college or the universities, whether it's Santa Ana College or Chapman University or Cal State Fullerton or UC Irvine or Harvard or an Ivy League school or USC. It doesn't really matter. We want to just let people know about their choices and how you go about going into higher education.
When I think about one of the leadership goals at our board, which is that we want to see at least one college degree in every Santa Ana home. And this center now is going to be part of the pathway, towards that goal. I also think about, young people, and I think, what's the best gift you can give to yourself, or the best gift you can give to your family? That's a college education. Nothing more important for your life and the lives of people around you than a college education. So I'm real proud to be here on behalf of the board and here with our colleagues who have some few words as well. Let's give everybody a round of applause for making this day.
This place will be not just for our young people like that young man, but it will be for everybody, people who want to return
to university who didn't finish their degrees. Maybe they got married and they stopped. Now they want to go back because they can be a better mother or a better father for their children if they're educated. It would be a great place for people who have lost their jobs, who want to go to school and get retrained for something else. It will be a great place for people who want to learn English better or learn math better or particular, certain types of courses. So this will really be for the entire community.
You know, here in our community, we have excellent partnerships between the City of Santa Ana College, the College District, UC Irvine, Cal State Fullerton, and from time to time we'll collaborate on grants that will help us start up a big new initiative like this. And so we've been, pleased and honored to receive some of those funds, and the community came together to make this happen.
You know, the key to American success or the American dream starts with education. And in the city, with as diverse population that we have, and a Latino base of nearly 57,000 student bodies, we need to ensure that they get a quality education and a path to higher education, because that will break poverty, that will break any other barriers that exist. It starts right here in the library, it starts right here with education, and opening up a brand new college center is just going to give more students opportunities for their dreams.
I'm really excited about the opening of the Higher Ed Center, because I've been volunteering at the libraries ever since I was in 7th grade, and eventually that gave me the opportunity to apply to the Bill Gates Millennium Scholarship, which I got thanks to the library again, and thanks to letters of recommendation from mentors here at the library. And because of that, I have free schooling all the way up to a PhD, and I would like to be able to make that happen for as many people as possible. I've been working in the teen space since summer of 2011, running the scholarship program, and ever since that time we've had a lot of scholarships, and we've had 3 full-ride scholarship winners. I think the community would benefit from the Higher Education Center, because I think ours is a community that is really deficient in information about colleges. A lot of the parents in our community haven't had any experience with college, and so I think just making it available through a public library, which is a resource that people use as it is, would make it a lot easier for people to get into and stay in college.
Here, we have a higher education center, free for everyone in our community. Let's take the next step.
Zumba fitness is it's one class that can help with your emotions, weight loss, just for fun. Because there's a lot of people involved in this class, have really stuck it out for the past couple years and have gotten major results. If not feeling better, losing weight, and just looking good and feeling good overall. You just have to have the willingness and the passion to want to move and to feel better. Really encourage you to come by and join the class.
want to invite all the residents and people that live in Santa Ana to always shop in your hometown.
When you make purchases here in the city, more of your money stays in the local economy.
For the 4th year in a row, our downtown restaurants have been named the best in Orange County. And this year, the North Left was recognized as having the best chef.
With a $50 million expansion, the Westfield Main Place is a great place for shopping and dining, and soon even working out.
Not only is Santa Ana a great place to shop, but it's a great place to eat too. Taco de Santa Ana's consistently ranks as one of the best tamale shops in Orange County. I'll take 2.
So whether you're getting a haircut or buying a car, when you shop in Santa Ana, you support our local economy, help create jobs, and support our youth, education, and community.
From downtown Santa Ana to South Coast, shop local, shop Santa Ana.
Many people, like this young man, do not realize the importance of washing your hands. Don't let this simple task go down the drain. Even though you can't see them, germs can and will go everywhere you are. You can even take them to work. They spread like a wildfire, contaminating everything you touch. Failure to wash your hands doesn't just affect you, but everyone that's around you. Just a simple action of handing somebody a book can give that person hundreds of germs that could eventually lead to a sickness. This person doesn't even realize the hundreds of germs that they've just been given. That's how easy it is to get sick. That's how easy it is to get sick. The sickness is carried from one person to another. A cycle that could have easily been avoided with the simple washing of the hands. So please remember next time to be courteous and wash your hands to avoid spreading your germs.
The Learning Centers and Teen Space at the Santa Ana Public Library offer the city's youth an opportunity to excel in academics. The Learning Centers and Teen Space provide the Santa Ana community with free homework tutoring for grades pre-K through 12. This is a service that is greatly needed because of the low to below average income levels of Santa Ana residents. Those seeking help are able to visit any of the 3 locations available for tutoring services and programming. When visiting the Learning Center, students can bring homework, projects, or practice work with which they need help. Students receive homework assistance from college-level tutors who have a passion for working with children.
Tienen todos los servicios para ayuda de sus tareas, programas de las computadoras. Les ha ayudado mucho a mis nietos, a mis niños, principalmente que son bilingües, hablan los 2 idiomas y aquí les ayudan mucho para sus tareas y el personal es muy amable y les ayudan mucho, les tienen paciencia para ayudarles a resolver sus problemas en toda la tarea. Gracias.
During the 2011-2012 fiscal year, over 1,500 students received more than 9,500 sessions of tutoring help at the library's learning centers. Reading comprehension and math skill building are also a key focus of the Learning Center. Programs such as the Children's Institute and Math Mania in the Learning Centers provide students with the necessary tools to advance in academic areas that need improvement. At the Jerome Teen Space, programs such as the Teen Club, Teen Space Cooks, Summer Film Camp, Youth Health Ambassadors, and the various buddy programs provide Santa Ana youth an opportunity to explore their creativity.
El programa me gusta porque es gratuito y ha mejorado mucho la niña en la escuela. Pues los tutores son bilingües y pueden ayudarle en la tarea y puedo entender lo que ella le están enseñando. Yo no le puedo ayudar y el horario que ellos tienen puedo yo traerla a que le ayuden, ya sea en la mañana, en la tarde, los días están bien. Y me gustaría que siguieran con eso.
For the 2011-2012 fiscal year, the Jerome Center Teen Space ran over 900 youth programs. Another great component of the Learning Centers and Jerome Teen Space is the free access to computers. Students have the opportunity to use the public computers for research, homework, and educational software. Building on the availability of computers, the Learning Centers provide computer workshops that educate children on the fundamentals of using a computer, word processing, PowerPoint, Excel, and information literacy. During the 2011-2012 fiscal year, the computers in the Learning Centers were utilized over 30,000 times. At the Jerome Teen Space, public computers were used over 2,500 times. Santa Ana is a community rich in diversity and culture. Unfortunately, this diversity often results in language and financial barriers that keep our children from academic success. For this reason, the Santa Ana Public Library commits a large portion of its resources to the education of children. Thanks to the Community Development Block Grant, or CDBG, Santa Ana youth are able to build the connection necessary for academic and personal success. CDBG helps to fund the Learning Centers, Jerome Teen Space, and the tutors who assist families every day. Programs such as these enable the Santa Ana Public Library to successfully meet the needs of the community. The library firmly believes that it takes a village to raise a child, and they are doing their part to nurture the minds of tomorrow's leaders.
Santa Ana, California is rich with diversity and culture. The families that reside in the city offer an abundance of unique characteristics that make Santa Ana a great place for families. The Parks, Recreation and Community Services Agency of Santa Ana prides itself in the development of recreational open space, leisure classes, and a growing number of healthy choices for its residents. Among these healthy choices is Santa Ana's Project Pride, which invites families to engage in physical activities and to make meaningful contributions to their community. Pride stands for Parks and Recreation Inspired Dignity and Esteem, and the program consists of two major components. The first component of Project Pride is the Family Pride Clubs, which meet regularly at 8 sites around the city. Every year, more than 900 residents representing over 200 families are served through the Family Pride Clubs offered through the city of Santa Ana.
Me gusta porque son detalles chiquitos, pero que se quedan para siempre.
Family Pride Clubs engage families in interactive activities and teach the importance of family recreation as a way to build strong families and prevent problems within the home. What once started as a gang prevention program for youth has flourished into a successful and safe way for families to strengthen the home. Each year, Family Pride Club participants plan and conduct 4 annual events: a family picnic, family campout, arts and crafts competition, and a volunteer recognition ceremony.
It's helped all of us come closer to other families. It's helped us network with our community.
Family Pride Club members also participate and volunteer in citywide events such as the Madison Park Walkathon and Resource Fair and the annual End of Summer Talent Show. Family Pride Club members also demonstrate their appreciation for the community by engaging in volunteer community service projects. Among the many events the families help with are fundraisers, graffiti removal projects, community cleanups, and recreation and senior center activities. During the 2011-2012 fiscal year, families volunteered over 1,500 hours, which demonstrates the great willingness to help their community that these families possess. Another aspect of Project Pride that helps the Santa Ana community is the kayaking program, which trains and prepares teens to participate in local, county, state, and national tournaments throughout the year. Participants receive rigorous training on the water and in the weight room to develop strength, endurance, and racing skills. Teen kayakers have represented the city of Santa Ana in tournaments in San Diego, Hawaii, Ventura County, Marina del Rey, and Santa Barbara, where they have placed among the top teams each year.
It's a good program that helps build up team camaraderie and learning to work together. The boats weigh 400 pounds, so there's no way you could do it on your own. Just take the boats down to the water, bringing it back up, taking care of the equipment. Just a lot of responsibility day to day with taking care of the boats, maintenance, paddling them, learning to paddle together, a lot of teamwork aspects, and as well on the trips, just learning to be a part of a team, competing together, just like any other sport, just on the water instead.
Teen competitors hold fundraisers to cover the cost of these competitions. Each year, the program serves 8 to 10 youth who are selected through school referrals.
The program showed me how to be dedicated to a sport. It gave me a lot of opportunities in life. A lot of people my age wouldn't be able to say that they've done paddling 6 hours in the middle of the ocean, going to Catalina, staying in yachts, stuff like that.
A new component that will be added to Project Pride next year is the garden training the Parks Department plans to implement. As a way to train families to be not only physically active, but to also incorporate healthy eating as part of their everyday habits, the gardening portion of Project Pride will be added in fiscal year 2013-2014. Planning, preparing, and sharing meals at home will improve the well-being of the entire household if youth and their families adopt healthy habits. But Project Pride is just one example of how families learn and grow to contribute to the communities in the city of Santa Ana. With programs such as Project Pride, which are funded through the Community Development Block Grant, the correlation between health and family togetherness can be revealed. The motto of the Santa Ana Parks Recreation and Community Services Agency is Learn, Have Fun, Get Fit, Be Respectful, which is the foundation on which Project Pride was built. With this program, residents have the chance to embrace their family values and be proactive in the community as a result. Santa Ana's Project Pride shows everyone that the family that plays together stays healthy together.
I believe it is a group in which they make certain decisions or contribute to policy making in the city's codes and laws. Say if there's an issue on a certain thing, that student can contribute to pushing for passing a certain code or ordinance of some sort and to improving whatever the situation in the city could be.
I think it should have no adults. It should be a space where youth get to voice what they think should be going on with the city, and they advise the city council members.
Well, I want to be part of the youth commission to be able to put a youth's opinion into what the city is doing, because right now I feel like it's only adults and they just want to keep it original and just focus on one part of the city, when we should be able to focus on the whole city.
I just want to participate more in my community, and I think that that's really important for someone my age to do, because most people my age, they don't do anything to help their community out or to make a difference. And I just want to be I want to feel important, I make a difference in my community. And to me, that's very important to my self-esteem and who I am.
For me, it's more for the community redevelopment and housing commission, because I'm a a resident of Santa Ana that has moved a lot?
Well, I love volunteering. I've been volunteering at the Santa Ana Public Library Teen Space for like 4, 5, 6 years since like 8th grade, and I've learned to hang out with people, help them out, serve people, and I've seen youth and they've told me stories about what they go through.
I would really advocate for jobs and also for tenants' rights too.
We have a lot of young people in our community, like a lot of young people, and it's like they don't have a place to hang out, to spend time. I think like a lot of them need educational help, like to have tutors and mentors. Like it's crazy that like a lot of our families are immigrants and they don't know how to teach their kids like basic knowledge. So I think they need to have a place where they can go.
I'm very passionate about having complete streets and safe streets and trying to change the point of view of others outside of the city of Santa Ana.
My name is Erna van Dijk and I teach the art and crafts class. I'm originally from South Africa where I did graphic design, and one of my subjects was illustration and photography, so I always had a love for art. I think it's fun to have these classes in the community because it's nice for them to come together and we do different kinds of projects and they always look forward to learning new things to do. I like to use watercolor, acrylics, soft pastel, oil pastels, and I like to combine the techniques. And we just have lots of fun.
My name is Pat Hurley. I'm a guitar instructor and bass instructor. I teach a couple classes here, basic class for beginners, and that involves people that have never played before. They come in, they learn basic chords, strumming patterns. Then I teach an intermediate class, and that involves people that can already play songs, they have chord knowledge. We take them the next step up into more voicings, chord positions, reading music, playing solos. The classes, they help promote discipline, organization. You're structured when you come to the class. We teach you new things every session. I refresh the old previous lesson. But I've seen a lot of people grow in my classes that have started from beginner. They stay for years. Music is very important. The arts are very important to keep you balanced. It's nice to have classes that are affordable. And a lot of kids that I teach and adults, they have talent inside them, and it's important to pull it out, give them a good balance. And some of them don't know they can play. They're not aware. They never tried it. I think it's important to continue to offer them because it's part of a balance in life between school and classes or work and classes. Plus, people need to find their goals and dreams and things they want to do.
Step 1. Wash your hands. Step 2. Take your vitamins and supplements. Step 3. Make sure to cough into your sleeve. Step 5. Wipe down your daily items. Step number 6. Do not share your drinks. Well, ladies and gentlemen, those were the 6 steps to prevent sickness. Till next time.
Paradise. That's exactly where they had fallen. Well, at least that's where they thought they were.
But paradise can't always remain paradise.
When the plane of 24 boys is shut down mistakenly by an enemy plane, they are forced to survive on their own.
They must ask themselves what will help them survive, to have lost and agree, or to hunt and kill. What extent will they go to for survival?
Should they fear each other, or should they fear what's on the island? Will they make it out alive?
Hello, today we will show you how to create borax crystals.
Here are the following ingredients and steps. Borax, teacup, measuring cup, spoon, wine glass, food coloring,
Pipe cleaners, pencil, pot. Step 1. Put water into pan.
Step 2. Boil the water.
Step 3. Shape the pipe cleaners.
Step 4. Pour hot water into container.
Step 5. Pour borax into container. And stir.
Step 6. Add food coloring and stir. Step 7. Add your design into container and wait.
After 24 hours, your results will be
borax crystals. And remember, kids, whenever you're making borax crystals or any arts and crafts materials, be sure to clean up your area. Thank you.
Did you know there's little things that people forget to do to save energy around their house?
Hey, I have an idea. Why don't we show them a few examples?
Okay, let's go.
You know, you should turn off the radio when you're not using it. Hey, but it wasn't finished yet.
You will see, we'll have fun at the library.
Hey, this fan wastes a lot of energy than you think. Maybe we should turn it down a bit. See the difference?
When you're not watching TV, you should
turn off the TV to save some energy.
You should try and save energy like we did.
Every day, as much as you can.
If tomorrow all the things were gone, I'd work for all my life, and I had to start again with just my children and my wife. I thank my lucky stars to be living here today, 'cause the flag still stands for freedom, and they can't take that away. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Ya podemos caminar, ya podemos correr.
O vamos a hacer esto, queremos toda la gente linda que se ponga aquí en el centro de la calle para darle el comienzo.
Nosotros vamos a arrancar de aquí. ¿Sale, vale? Sí. Todos aquí, por favor, de este lado. A ver ese ánimo, mi gente bonita, ¿cómo está el ambiente? Eso, a ver, una bulla para la ciudad de Santa Ana. Ok, ¿están listos? Ok, a la cuenta de 3, vamos a decir la cuenta de 3 y vamos a salir corriendo, caminando en bicicleta. Ayúdame por favorcito, decimos a la 1, a las 2 y a las 3. Gracias, amigos, amigas, aquí les esperamos al ratito.
We want to invite all the residents and people that live in Santa Ana to always shop in your hometown.
When you make purchases here in the city, more of your money stays in the local economy.
For the fourth year in a row, our downtown restaurants have been named the best in Orange County. And this year, the North Left was recognized as having the best chef.
With a $50 million expansion, the Westfield Main Place is a great place for shopping and dining, and soon even working out.
Not only is Santa Ana a great place to shop, but it's a great place to eat too. Taco de Sariana's consistently ranks as one of the best tamale shops in Orange County. I'll take two.
So whether you're getting a haircut or buying a car, when you shop in Santa Ana, you support our local economy, help create jobs, and support our youth, education, and community.
From downtown Santa Ana to South Coast, shop local, shop Santa Ana.
But I have to tell you that there's a lot of great ideas that can be of benefit to the community, but it cannot be possible if you don't have leaders with vision and leaders with commitment and tenacity to get things done. It's not every day that council members, 7 of them that have different needs, that can come together and approve $332,000 to construct this wonderful exercise park that's going to have a drinking fountain, outside gym equipment, a decomposed granite walkway, a river rock dry stream bed, lighting, drought-tolerant landscape because of the need of water. It'll still be very beautiful. 6-foot wrought iron fence and a bike rack. And, you know, one of the champions early on, even before she got to the council about health, is the councilwoman that represents this ward. And that's Councilwoman Michelle Martinez. So please help me welcome Councilwoman Martinez.
I want to thank our council. They couldn't be here today, but I'm here representing my colleagues, and I certainly represent this ward. And I'll tell you that this wouldn't be possible if it wasn't for our staff. I'll tell you that we have champions within our staff that want to move us in the right direction. And so I want to thank our executive director, Gerardo Moet, Jeannie Jurado, Ron Ono. You know, our Parks and Rec staff have been there from the very beginning. They just needed the leadership from the top and really set the right policy so they can do the right things. And you know, the council came together and realized the importance of really bringing a community together and bringing the amenities and the necessities for a community like this. And I want to thank the Sacred organization. I see Apolinar here, but I also want to thank, before Sacred came about, Latino Health Access has been here for over 20 plus years. And I want to thank them because before I was even a council member and I was contemplating running, I had a great relationship with America Bracho. America Bracho has known me since I was 15 years old, and she shares that story. And I'll tell you that as the years progressed, and I decided to run for office at the age of 24 and started campaigning, she always put that in my ear, that health was very important, and the resistance of the city and what they were trying to do. And so I took it upon myself when I got elected to be a champion of health, but to be a champion for people that were not provided the voice at City Hall. And this is what this really is about. It's about now bringing voices together. At one point in time, many years ago, you wouldn't see Apolinar or folks at Sacred on the 8th floor. They weren't allowed up there. And today, we see them more so than anyone else. So that's a testament that things are changing at City Hall, and that we're listening to all people, all walks of life here in the city of Santa Ana to better this community. I want to thank our explorers. I know recently they just won some recognition, and so I want to thank you guys for being here and being partners of our Parks and Recreation ground opening here. But there's a correlation here when we talk about health and we talk about public safety. We need to work together hand in hand, because people are not going to want to come to this exercise park if they don't feel safe. People are not going to want to go off to our community center or everything else that we do in regards to public health if it's not safe. And so we need to continue to work with our police department so that our families could appreciate and share the great opportunities that we're providing for all of you here.
1, 2, 3.
Para la ciudad de Santa Ana es importante porque es parte de su desarrollo, y para la comunidad es importante porque nuestros niños ya no van a estar en cuatro paredes, sino van a tener un lugar donde puedan hacer ejercicio y no tengan obesidad. Es importante para su salud y para el bienestar de toda la comunidad. Anteriormente ya no se contaba con espacios abiertos para la comunidad en general, pero hoy en día nos están escuchando y este es un ejemplo de eso que estamos pidiendo.
Well, one, as you know, in this area, the zip code 92701 was very park poor. And today, with the leadership of the council and our city staff, we've been able not only to bring a community center to the Garfield Elementary School that will provide exercise and leisure activities, but here now in this site, we'll be able to provide an exercise equipment and again, people who want to ride their bikes over here can do that as well. And so I think it is very important for this community, one, because we all know that in the Latino community, type 2 diabetes has plagued our community. And one thing that I know as I've walked and I talked to our residents, they've always asked that they needed outdoor activities because it's a very dense community here, many apartments, and in those apartments you were unable to play within the structure. And so now that they will be able to either come out right across the street and come here starting April and utilize the exercise equipment and be fit. Open space and joint use has been very important to this community, and so we heard them loud and clear, and we made a commitment to providing as much park and open space and joint use here in this 92701 because it was the most poor park area in the entire city. And so now we're very fortunate that we're increasing our park space here with the joint use with the school district and then here with property of the city of Santa Ana.
Here at the Santa Ana History Room, we're committed to fostering an interest in local history by collecting, preserving, and making available materials of enduring historical value related to the development of the city of Santa Ana. You can discover your community's rich history, contribute to its preservation, and become part of the history to come. History is more than just the past. It's alive all around us, just waiting to be discovered. So come check us out at the Santa Ana Public Library and start your own journey.
Solitaria camina la viquina, la gente se pone a murmurar. Dicen que tiene una pena, dicen que tiene una pena que le hace llorar. Altanera, preciosa y orgullosa, no permite a quien consolar. Pasa luciendo su real majestad.
Bienvenida a la primavera. Welcome to the spring. This is the second time we're doing this. Esa es la segunda vez que estamos haciendo Plaza Primavera. Va a haber actividades, música, pan dulce hasta las 7. And we're going to have activities and music, live music, and pan dulce, and the event will end at 7. Y la razón que se pueden hacer estos programas para la comunidad es por el apoyo de nuestros líderes. The reason that we're able to do these programs for the community is because of the support from our leaders. We're very fortunate today. Tenemos la gran fortuna to have our councilwoman, our council member, Angie Amezcua, here, and she wants to come and say hi, council member Amezcua.
Thank you, Gerardo. Gracias, Gerardo. Me da mucho gusto estar aquí con ustedes un poquito esta tarde celebrando el inicio de la primavera. A mí me gusta mucho ver eventos como este donde las familias se pueden reunir y pasar un rato muy agradable. La ciudad está haciendo estos eventos casi cada mes, ¿verdad, Gerardo? Cada mes, y estamos muy orgullosos de eso. I'd like to welcome everyone to our Plaza Primavera. It's a pleasure for me to be here today. I'm really happy that the city is bringing events like this periodically about every month, where families can come and spend a good time here in our beautiful downtown. Today I had also an event at the zoo earlier, so if anybody needs to go out there and see the new exhibit, we have some ocelots in the Santa Ana Zoo. Estaba diciendo que en el zoológico de Santa Ana acaban de abrir una nueva exhibición de unos gatitos originarios de Brasil para también que disfruten ahí con sus familias y sus niños. I hope everyone has a great time and thank you.
Las noches sin ti agrandan mi soledad. A veces están a punto de irte a buscar. Dime qué cosa me hiciste que no te puedo olvidar. Si vieras yo como te recuerdo y
It's important for youth to come to events like this. One is that they could see other youth expressing their talents, their abilities. In fact, my daughter's performing tonight, so I'm pretty excited about that. We have behind us right now the band. And it's just, again, fosters that sense of pride in Santa Ana, in our city. And I think they're able to see people giving back and hopefully inspire them to do the same, give back and celebrate the sense of community and just the beauty that is the city of Santa Ana. So it just is great to see all these beautiful faces up here, out here in the crowd, and these wonderful faces that have performed out here. Another round of applause for the Saddleback High School Jazz. You guys enjoy that? Se divirtieron con el grupo musical que estuvo aquí de la High School Saddleback. Y ahorita vamos a tener un grupo que es muy especial para mí, un estudio de baile que se llama VIP Dance Studio. We're going to have VIP Dance Studio coming up and performing. And it's a group that I'm particularly fond of because my daughter Anaís is in that group. So round of applause there for Anaís. Very proud of her, muy orgulloso de papá de tener a mi niña que va a estar siendo parte de la presentación. Vamos a seguir celebrando. Let's continue celebrating Plaza Primavera in the beautiful city of Santa Ana. Thank you very much for being here. Pasen buenas tardes. Enjoy.
So clap, 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 snap, snap, snap. I'm calling out legends, drinks, and stars. I wanna see legends, drinks, and stars. To the floor, girls. Stars in the city for the legends called Jack studying this suit all out war. Cause here I come. Everybody wanna be a superstar, riding around in a rental car. I wanna see runway, I wanna see Oversight, I wanna see new way, I wanna see you sway, eating the runway serving. Got Chuck's on with Saint Laurent, gotta kiss myself, I'm so pretty, I'm too hot, hot call the police and the fireman, I'm too hot, make a dragon wanna retire, man, I'm too hot, say my name, you know who I am, I'm too hot, and my band bought that money, break it down. Girls hit you hallelujah, girls hit you hallelujah, girls hit you hallelujah, cause Uptown Funk don't give it to you. So hush, y no digas nada, que no vale más pelear, si sigo siendo dueño de tu bendita alma, por más brava que estás hoy, tú serás mía mañana.
This is one of the only family-oriented activities that we have left in the community. We need to continue to strengthen that. As you can see behind me, families are taking advantage of it. They're bringing not only the children, but the grandparents, the entire family. And to me, that's the fabric of our community. And when we're able to build a very strong foundation, all the changes that we need to build in the community will follow suit and really start with programs like this.
Toca la palma. Tócala con mucho son. Toca guitarra, toca palillo, toca la flauta, toca el tambor. Tócala la palma. Por sevillana, baila gitana con ese duende español. Va la guitarra española, va la guitarra, va corteja de castañuela. Tócala, suena la gaita, tócala, Galicia baila con niñas rubias muy bien plantadas. A la orilla de su madre los viejos lagares juegan a bailar. Tócala, suenan guitarra, tócala, tócala, baila Navarra, que alegre gona su tambor. Corre que te pilla el toro y hay que estar al loro, viva San Señor. Tócala, 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 que cuando España se pone a bailar, tócala, 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 tócala.
To me, it's a firm believer that it takes a community to raise a child, which means it's everybody within the community has a role and a responsibility that they have to roll up their sleeves and do their part as well, which doesn't mean just the adults. It means everybody on that spectrum, from grandmother all the way down to the infant as well.
Oh my. No, no. Your friends do this. Your friends do that. Your friends pull this off their little hat. Your friends go, woo! Hey, look at here. Your friends go abracadabra, let it rip, and then make the sucker disappear. Don't you get your back, your buggy eyed. I hit an Angelo, you'll be dead fair. You got me bone out feet ass, certified. You got a genie for a child to pay. I got a power ass to help you out. So what you wish, I really want to know. You got a list that's 3 miles long, no doubt. Well, all you got to do is drum like a oh, Mr. Lancer, have a shot 2 or 3. I'm on the job, you big nabob. You ain't never had a friend, never had a friend. You ain't never had a friend, never had a friend. You ain't never had a friend like me.
You know, one of the beautiful things about Santa Ana, we have a very diverse community, and when we have opportunities such as this to bring our community together, it's a fun thing. It's very important to be able to foster just a sense of community, of celebration, richness in culture, and that's what we're seeing here tonight. Families, kids, everybody coming together and having a great time in this beautiful city.
चली मैं तो कह के चली रे मेरा
Every year, the city of Santa Ana is proud to recognize our nation's heritage with an annual 4th of July celebration. We come together annually and hold a fabulous celebration at the beautiful Centennial Park. For 2015, we had lots of great programming for friends and family. From the history walk to a canon exhibition, there was a little something for everybody attending. What would the 4th of July be without fun games and events? We hosted several fun games like ball toss, basketball, and street hockey. We also rented several bouncy houses for children to run, jump, and climb. For those looking to have a colorful time, the face painting booth was the place to be. From wild animals to beautiful flowers, each person had a unique look to show off for the rest of the day. We were thrilled to see so many kids playing and having a good time. Do you want to know more about historical America? Our History Walk and Liberty Patriots have you covered. At our History Walk booth, you can learn fun and exciting facts about America in the 18th and 19th centuries. Renowned experts came out to impart some of their wisdom and expertise. Guests had the chance to test their knowledge about historical figures by interacting with the Liberty Patriots, a historical group who dress up and educate communities on United States history. Attendees had a chance to ask Abe Lincoln questions. While the History Walk and the Liberty Patriots focused on broad American history, Memories of Migration takes a closer look at our history in Santa Ana. From its founding in 1869, Santa Ana has cultivated a rich and diverse community. Within this beautiful city, there are many fascinating stories of migration. At the booth, people could pin where they were born and where they have migrated to. We also took pictures of people who wanted to share their stories with a bit more detail. Coming from all parts of the world, our city and its people have a unique and interesting story. This project hopes to immortalize these stories and pass them on to future Santa Ana residents. At the end of the night, attendees were treated to a spectacular fireworks celebration. We viewed the beautiful night sky as it filled up with a colorful assortment of fireworks. Happy 4th of July, everyone.
When looking at Santa Ana, one can see a bustling city with great history and opportunity. At every turn, one is able to explore and venture into a rich and diverse background. Through careful cultivation, local businesses have been able to grow and flourish along this beautiful city. Come with us as we peer into the history of several local Santa Ana shops. Originally named Orange County Title Company, First American was founded by Charles Edward Parker in 1889. Through careful development, the business grew and became one of the first companies in California to issue insurance. By 1968, the company rebranded itself as First American Title and expanded its entrepreneurial endeavors to meet the needs of an ever-changing community. Currently serving people in over 70 countries, First American has become one of the largest title insurance companies in the world. With an unfaltering commitment to customers, the company continues to use elements like innovative and progressive leadership to provide unparalleled service. From the dreams of a visionary, First American Title is the picture of an ideal company. Wealth, strength, ambition, all of this from a small company that started in Santa Ana all those years ago. Opened in 1955, R&R Western has been in the business of selling Western wear and accessories to the diverse Santa Ana community. Located in the heart of downtown Santa Ana, owner Raymond Ringgold offers a wide selection of boots, buckles, cowboy hats, and other finely crafted apparel. Special items like handcrafted straw and felt hats, exotic wallets, and both domestic and international boots are readily available. Through a long and storied history, R&R Western has seen many changes. During the 70s, Raymond's business weathered a fire that devastated downtown Santa Ana. Committed to his business and city, Raymond returned to the area after it was completely restored. Today, Raymond Ringgold is 85 years old and still owns the slickest Western apparel shop this side of downtown Santa Ana. One of the oldest Mexican restaurants built in Orange County, Sariana's Tamale Factory was founded in 1939. Just off of his street, Sariana's is a small yet charming family business that caters to those seeking fresh, authentic Mexican food. Before venturing out to the fashionable downtown area, shoppers can stop by for a quick bite and partake in the delicious experience of sopes and tortas. While there are many delicious offerings, the restaurant is best known for their classic pork tamales and hard-shell crispy tacos. With a large and ever-growing patronage, Sariana's Tamale Factory is an historic city landmark that won't soon be replaced. For over 75 years, this restaurant has been and will continue to bring family and friends together.
First place, female division with a time of 17:44. Samantha Lopez! All right. First place, men's division with a time of 15:47. Eric Tavera!
vas a olvidar. Yo he tenido tanto temor. ¿Para qué vas a olvidar? Si solo quiero tu amor. Es el alma que me dice que te siga. Quiero darte todo, 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 todo tu perdón. Que no sé de amar, corazón. Yo sí sé de amar, sí sé de amor, corazón, corazón. ¿Para qué vas a seguir? Entiéndeme, yo te amo. Y luchar por una vida que vale la pena, eso es amor. Entiéndelo, amor. Y yo tengo perdón, yo te tengo perdón, te tengo más que eso. Yo te tengo amor, te quiero dar todo lo que tú quieras. Sé de amar, corazón. Sé de amar. Eres mi corazón, eres mi corazón. Yo te quiero dar amor, entiéndelo. Te quiero dar mi perdón. Sé de amar. Es el alma que me dice que te siga. Es el alma que me dice que te siga.
If you'd all please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. If you can remain standing, we have Erica Wakeling as our police chaplain will give us our invocation.
Let's pray together. Almighty God, we thank you for this time here tonight. We know that you love Santa Ana, and we pray a special blessing upon this city. We pray for wisdom and unity for this group that is here tonight, these leaders of our city, and we pray that you would show them what is best for this city to be greater and greater, and to care for those that are in it. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you. You may be seated. If I can have friends of the zoo, you know who you are, come on forward at this time, please. The Santa Ana Zoo is a very special place. You may know that originally when Mr. Prentice donated that land to the city, he used to live where the old Saddleback used to be, and he'd look across at his land and say, you know, we ought to have a zoo there for the children of Santa Ana. And he really liked monkeys. And so he said, you know, the zoo has to have monkeys. And he put the 50 monkey requirement in there. We have to have 50 monkeys at any one time. If we don't, his heirs can come back, and there's a deed restriction that says they can reclaim the zoo and take it back to the Prentice family. So we always have a few extra monkeys, but we have much more than that now. You know, the Santa Ana Zoo, I think, has really matured over the years. And under the leadership of the Friends of the Zoo, and to my right, Armando Armenta, who's representing the Friends, they've done so much. Let me just tell you a little bit about them. For the past 43 years, Friends of the Zoo has been a nonprofit organization supporting the zoo. They've had fundraising activities. They're known as FOSAS, Friends of the Santa Ana Zoo. They've donated over $500,000 for capital improvements, renovation services. In the past week, FOSAS received an $84,000 grant from the Macbeth Foundation to pay for the installation of long-lasting and fireproof synthetic palm thatchings at the zoo's exhibits. Last month, the Friends of the Zoo held their annual fundraising gala known as Zoofari. Everybody dresses as somebody out there in the jungle or something, either explorers or scientists or whatever the case may be. But just there alone, they raised over $100,000. And it was the biggest Zoofari ever with 323 guests. So a lot of people in dress up, and it's not Halloween. They also have many special events, popular summer concert series, Sunsets at the Zoo. I remember Boo at the Zoo with my kids going out there for Halloween many, many, many years. And by the way, that's coming up in October, so please be alert to that. Also, the biggest highlight has been the recent Ocelot exhibit, which was funded by Friends of the Zoo. And this last month, they'll be kicking off a fundraising campaign for a new giant river otter exhibit. And I know the city, we've already committed $1.4 million to that, and we need another $600,000, and that's part of the fundraising that Friends of the Zoo want to do. So Armando, before I present you token of appreciation from the council for all the amazing work that you guys do, the volunteer hours. I mean, I remember when we were with Friends of the Zoo doing the train, and we bought it. City put in 40,000, you guys put in 40,000. We got it down from what was it, Santa's? Up in the mountains. There used to be a Santa's Village or something like that, and they closed it down up in. And so we got the rail tracks down, and we got the little trains, and you go to the zoo today and there's a beautiful little train, and it does a figure eight and it takes you around, and it just adds to the activity and to the fun. So please, a few words, Armando.
First of all, thank you very much, Honorable Mayor Pulido and council members. We really appreciate all your support at the zoo. We can't do it without the partnership of the council members and the mayor, so thank you very much. We look forward to a long and fruitful relationship with the city to make sure that we continue to improve and maintain the zoo for the future generations that I'm seeing here today, to make sure that it's something that's worthwhile and going. And again, please come out, become a member of the zoo, and go out and enjoy it. I think you'll find that it's a very nice 2 to 4 hours to spend on a gorgeous day like yesterday, not today. So please come out and see what the city is doing for the city of Santa Ana. As a person who grew up here and who took his children to the zoo, it's very worthwhile. So I invite you to come out here, and you will see me out there, and you possibly see a council member or even the mayor out there. So thank you very much, and we hope to see you out at the zoo.
How are the anteaters doing?
They're doing well and hopefully reproducing. We can always ask Kent over there.
He says they're reproducing. Is that the case?
That is the case.
He says that is the case. What do you mean 3?
3 babies so far.
Well, 3 babies is 3 babies. Yeah, we have to be up with the times. That's a doubling in population and then some. Are we going to hold on to them, or do they go to other zoos?
Other zoos.
Other zoos. Well, maybe we can trade them in for something, How about a gorilla? A gorilla. Save up our anteaters. Look, for your fine efforts to the entire organization, Friends of the Santa Ana Zoo, and appreciation of your unwavering support. 43 years is a long time. And I know you're going to go strong on into the future and just make it such a wonderful zoo for Santa Ana, for the entire community. And also I know there's a lot of out-of-towners that like to come in and enjoy the zoo, and that's a wonderful thing. Armando, thank you very much. Take care. Thank you. Armando, a quick photo. Now I'm going to ask Councilor Martinez. Vince, do you want to go next? I thought there was something with Sal.
We're going to do this together.
Oh, you are? All right, come on down then, please.
Well, good evening. If I could please have the folks from the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, Rafael and Nindel Flores, and I think other board members are here with you as well. If you put Hispanic bars, if you guys please join us. And I'm going to let Mayor Pro Tem Sarmiento say some words, but what we're doing here today is really providing a proclamation in honor of Hispanic Heritage Month, and we do this yearly. And so with that being said, Mayor Pro Tem Sarmiento, and I think we're going to shake some hands before he comes to the podium here.
Before I start talking about the recognition for the Hispanic Bar Association, as we wind up our talk about the zoo, I want to make a quick plug because I know the mayor mentioned it, but it was done a little quickly. Ken, you're still in the audience. I want to make sure that everybody understood that we want to invite you all for an event on the 30th, at the end of the month, September 30th. It's going to be a kickoff for an exhibit that doesn't involve monkeys. I mean, so it's going to be something very different, but it's this giant river otter. And if you guys see and have been to the zoo, This is probably at the nicest exhibit at the zoo, but it hasn't been addressed. It's fallen into decay these past few years, so it hasn't been touched up or rehabbed for about 28 years. But it's where the waterfalls are, and it's, you know, a lot of landscaping. I think when a movie was made there, a John Travolta movie was made there, right, Ken? I think it's called Old Dogs or something like that, which is what we feel like sometimes. But it's a beautiful, beautiful exhibit. We're gonna go underground, so we're gonna put a plexiglass window there so you can see the otter swimming underneath. So it's going to look kind of like the, you know, some of the aquatic aquariums that you've gone and visited, but I think it's going to be something great for the kids because you normally don't see these otters that are about 5 and 6 feet long, really playful, they have pretty faces, they look like little pups, but I think it's going to be a great addition to the zoo because it's going to be the sort of the center and the heart of the zoo. And what we're going to do is we're going to teach water conservation, the way we also treat water to make sure that it's clear, it's clean, and how we recycle water. Because now with the drought and everything else, we want to make sure that the exhibits are entertaining, but at the same time educational. So I'm real excited because it's about a $2.1 million project, and we're already 3/4 of the way there. So to all of you who are zoo supporters with your families, please come out and do that. But I do want to shift gears and talk about you know, Hispanic Heritage Month, and the reason, you know, it was the council members' you know, invitation for me to come and say just a few words because for the Hispanic Bar Association that we're recognizing tonight, it's real special because they symbolize a lot of the work and advocacy that's done on behalf of Hispanics and Latinos in Orange County. So their bar association started out, I think it was called the Mexican American Bar Association, right? And it's funny because I was just before Judge Frederick Aguirre, who was one of the founding members way back when. And it's funny, I remember the story that he used to tell me. He said that he and a couple of other young attorneys used to go have lunch at La Chiquita, which is right on Washington by Logan Park. They'd get together, have lunch, and they'd say, hey, you know, we're not many, we don't have many Latino attorneys or Mexican American attorneys in the city or in the county. Let's get together and try to do something to help one another. And that turned into a very large organization. It's an organization that's very close to my heart because my wife was a former board member, my planning commissioner was a former board member, and I've been a member for many, many years. But what they do is they do advocacy on behalf of issues that affect the Latino community, and they do it for free. A lot of pro bono work is done by these attorneys that represent the Hispanic Bar Association. They also advocate for diversity on the bench as well. So judges that we go before, judges that try cases in our communities, reflect the communities that they live in. So it's a real important thing that they do. They deal with social justice issues. And so it's a great group to have leading issues on, you know, on justice, on fairness, on equality. And you have these folks that donate and volunteer their time. So to me, there's no more selfless way to spend your time than to advocate on behalf of those who have much less than we do. So I want to thank you all for everything that you guys do because I know my wife spent many hours on committees and attending functions and meetings, and I know that it's been a great source of benefit for the community for her to do that. So you as young attorneys, because you guys are all very young, your bar numbers must be very long, because I know mine's short. So that's how we, right? That's how we distinguish who's been an attorney for so long, because you know now they're up to 6 digits. I know, or maybe, who knows, maybe more. There's some people who have 4-digit bar numbers, so they've been practicing for a very, very long time. But I just want to applaud them for the great work that they do. So why don't you join me all in giving them a big round of applause for everything that
they do. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Sarmiento. And as he talked about, you know, the theme of Hispanic Heritage Month this year is honoring our heritage and building our future. And so it's certainly, you know, as we talk about, you know, the history of the Orange County Hispanic Bar Association, and Mayor Pro Tem Sarmiento was very eloquent in really highlighting, you know, the great work that they've done over the years. But today we have 3 young, and I'm going to say young, gentlemen who are now really our board members and, of course, the president leading the way for the Orange County Hispanic Bar. So we do have a proclamation, but before I begin that. As we all know, yearly I have always honored Hispanic Heritage Month because the important role that Hispanics play across the United States. Today there are over 50 million Hispanics in the United States. And the contributions that they have made in our community are significant, specifically here in Orange County and in the city of Santa Ana. And so it is with great honor and privilege to be here before all of you to honor such a great organization like the Orange County Hispanic Bar Association. And before I read all the whereas and just honoring, the great accomplishments of the Orange County Hispanic Bar, I would like for the president and possibly a couple of the board members to please say a couple comments.
Thank you very much. Indeed, old but tall. Thank you very much. My name is Rafael Nendel Flores. I am the president of the Orange County Hispanic Bar Association, and on behalf of the organization, we are honored to accept this proclamation. And I wanted to say a few words about our group's core mission. Our first core mission is increasing access to the legal profession for Hispanics, and not a lot of folks realize this, but Hispanics are the most underrepresented group among California's lawyers. The most recent report from the California State Bar, which was issued I think in 2012, noted that while Hispanics comprise close to 40% of the state's population, only 4% of its lawyers are Hispanic. And so while we have made tons of progress, we have a long way to go, and we have a lot of work to do. And one of the things that we do is every year we hold a dinner gala in March where the purpose of that event is to raise scholarship funds for deserving law students. And to show you how far we've come, last year we awarded $50,000 in scholarships to 4 deserving Hispanic law students. And we want to continue that trend. And another part of our core mission is increasing access to the justice system, and that has 2 prongs. One, which was mentioned a little bit earlier, was increasing the diversity of the California bench, and we're committed to that. We have a judicial evaluation committee where we interview judicial candidates when they seek our endorsement, and we're pretty strict about that. And also, we work to make sure that the Hispanic community and the community in general is getting good and premier client service regardless of their ability to pay. And so that dovetails into our pro bono efforts, and also our efforts to ensure that the services that people are receiving are good and that people are not being duped by unscrupulous folks who say they're lawyers when they're not, because that is a big problem in our community, particularly in our immigrant community. So again, we're honored to accept this award, and I wanted to end by giving a personal thanks to the law firm where I practice, Ogletree Deacons, because they have been unbelievably supportive since I made the jump over to this firm in August of 2012. They've graciously allowed us to have our board meetings there every month, and they buy us all dinner once a month, and they have been and they have generated, donated substantial amounts of money to the group for scholarships and other functions. And so I wanted to give a personal thank you to Ogletree Deacons, and then also if any of my executive board members want to chime in. All right, thank you very much.
I really don't have much to say. You said it all. But, I always tell, students when I go to career day that they should always, many of them always want to be attorneys. I'm like, that's great. I don't say that much. I didn't realize it's 4% because I always tell kids today, if you want to, make a lot of money and have a great profession, now become a maritime pilot. Maritime pilots start off their career making $350,000 a year, and not too many of our kids know that. And so it's a great profession. If I would have known, I would have become a maritime pilot making $350,000 starting a year. I don't think you make that as a starting attorney, but certainly it's a worthy cause and a great profession to be in. And it's with great pleasure and honor to really recognize. And before I recognize, we do have our city attorney here, Sonia Cavallo, who is he was a partner, and the great work that she's done. And when we talk about Latinos and the profession of being an attorney. Certainly, Mayor Pro Tem Sarmiento is also an attorney. And prior to that, we had our former Mayor Pro Tem, Claudia Alvarez, who was certainly an attorney as well. And so it's great that we continue to recognize the great work that they do. I also wanted to highlight that our mayor on September 27 will be hosting the Judge's Barbecue at his home. And prior years, Mayor Pro Tem Sarmiento and his lovely wife always did that event at their home. But I think after certain years, you know, they wanted to share it with Mayor Polito, and so Mayor Polito will be hosting that event on September 27th. Unfortunately, I won't be able to attend. I'll be in San Jose. But with that being said, you know, Mayor, if you can join me and Mayor Pro Tem Sarmiento to honor them and provide this proclamation of recognition for Hispanic Heritage Month. And I'm not going to do all the whereases, and I'll just focus on that. Whereas the Hispanic American community is made up of hardworking entrepreneurs, public servants, elected officials who are working diligently to improve the quality of life and the nation as a whole. So now, therefore, we, the mayor and the city council of the city of Santa Ana, hereby acknowledge and proclaim September 15 through October 15 as Hispanic Heritage Month, and encourage all residents of Santa Ana to join us in celebrating the cultures and traditions of the Hispanic community in appreciation of National Hispanic Heritage Month. So, guys, please, let's give that to you, and I think we're going to take a picture, so if we could get a picture.
So then I guess I have the next one as well, and that is for my namesake, Vincent Tinajero. So Vincent, come on up here. Why doesn't Sal Jr. and Grace and Jen, do you want to come up and join me, please? All of you, the whole team. And where's our councilman? So I think he's dolling himself up back there, kind of, you know, just straightening up the tie and buttoning up his jacket and getting himself ready. But by the time we're done, he'll be out here with us for the photo. So it's my honor tonight to have with me my commissioner, my youth commissioner, Sal Tinajero Jr., Grace Tinajero, but this is a guy we're recognizing tonight, Vincent Tinajero, who's a rising star. And I have the honor and have had the privilege of knowing the entire Tinajero family since I've been on the city council. And so I've seen them grow up. They're a great family, a great group of kids, but Sal Jr. is a debate student. He's a scholar at Fullerton High. Just doing great things on the commission as well with me, and he's doing such good things that he's my commissioner on that youth commission. But tonight is Vincent's night because it's very, very special, the accomplishments that he's made, and we've been witnesses to that. So my colleagues and I, and I'm the guy that knows least about baseball, but I'm going to talk about it as if I do know a lot about it because my sports are basketball and football, but because of his amazing work, I'm turning into a baseball fan. So, but I want you to know that I have a 13-year-old son as well, but the type of accomplishments that Vincent's done in his life already, in his very short life in sports, is just incredible. And for it to happen here in Santa Ana, he really is an asset to our community. He really is an example to other young kids to do what he's done. And I think it's a testament more than anything to his family. This is a beautiful family, and I know the accomplishments I'm gonna recite to you in a little bit of what Vincent's achieved is really, again, a testament to the hard work that Sal and Jennifer have invested in him. And sometimes being a great athlete, it's physical ability, but it's also being an emotionally and an emotionally and psychologically well person. And I think that that goes a lot and is based upon a really strong family. So Sal and Jennifer, you guys really are the reasons why, and with brother and sister like Sal Jr. and Grace, you guys have been that support system for Vincent to do all these great things. You guys are going to get to witness it on video, and I hope the video works. But let me just say a couple of things about what I'm talking about, so you know why we're talking so much about Vincent and his accomplishments. He began playing baseball when he was just 3 years old. He played Little League until the age of 8 and started playing travel ball and pony ball thereafter. His focus has been on travel ball lately, and he's been on the All-American team since the age of 11, and at age 12 last year was on the baseball youth all-star team for Little League. Last week, and that's a big deal. So when you guys see like the Little League teams on ESPN and you see them play one another and how they go not only regional and then they go to the state, then they go national, and then they start doing international play, Vincent's been playing on that. Last week, he received an invitation to play in Cuba, and he's going to be playing against teams from Venezuela, Mexico, Canada, and Cuba. That's those are the elite countries that send the best players, not just nationally, but internationally. The Santa Ana Unified School District recently honored Vincent as being selected as the USSA All-American. Board member John Palacios explained it's a great honor to have one of our students chosen for such a high honor. So that's one of the most intelligent things I've heard John Palacio ever say, and one of the best things and most accurate things he said. So kudos to John. Vincent Tinajero left for Orlando, Florida on July 30th and played for the 11U Far West team at the beginning of August. He currently plays on Team Phenom Elite, and he leads his team with and this is where I'm going to speak really intelligently and give you some stats. He leads his team with a .453 batting average and a 1.98 ERA. So all you baseball guys know that those stats are huge, right? And he also leads his team in runs scored, RBIs, and wins. He credits that right on cue. That deserves some applause. He credits his team to Chad Baum, who's the assistant coach at Cal State Fullerton, and pitching coach Erasmo Ramirez, who was our grand marshal at this year's Fiestas Patrias parade. I could go on and on, but I'm just amazed because when Sal and I have, Councilmember Tinajero and I, have conversations about our kids, I think, man, your kid's on Channel 2, he's on ESPN, he's on this team and that team. I said, my kid got a B in math. So, I just think I'm happy for that. I think he's, making it to school every day and having fun. But it's a joy, Sal and Jennifer, that we take in seeing Vincent and all your kids do well. But just to see him, and he looks like a rock star already, right? So he's the only thing I told Sal is when he gets those big contracts, remember that I'm an attorney and I can do some agent law, so make sure to look me up. Let's see the video because this will show you many of the things that I'm talking about, and it kind of will show you and see what we're all witnessing here.
Right there to second base, and you're going to have to give your catcher a little bit better time.
Tinajero gets out of this one and hits it a long way to straightaway center. 2-run homer. And the West jumps back in front by a run.
Well, the wind's blowing out. The park's not, it's a great park. The probably, 225, 230. You get anything up in the air, and that was a ball up in the zone. And Tinajero just crushed it. And he knew it as well. He didn't do the bat flip that Runs did, but, he kind of knew that it was gone and trotted around. And he was able to high-five Catalina. Watch this swing. Fastball up in the zone, got under it. Well, he did do the bat flip.
A little something there.
Wow.
It put a little something on it.
He did that cool as a cucumber. I mean, he just swung that, hit that, and just walked off that home run. So, look, I just again, because he's somebody that we've seen grow up, he's almost like one of our kids. We're kind of an extended family here. We've seen these three grow up. They've seen my three grow up. We've seen the mayor's kids grow up. and all of ours, David's, and it's just been such a pleasure, and Angie's, and so we're all a big family. We all root for one another. When we see one of our kids do well, we all take pleasure in it. So I want to give this recognition, and Sal, come and join me up here, because look, you and Jennifer, are just amazing parents, and you teach them how to be good kids. They're academically strong, but they're just good, well-rounded, nice kids. And I think that that's something that speaks well of our community, because these are examples that we try to give to everybody in the community. So, Vincent, let me give this to you on behalf of all of us here on the City Council, and a city that loves you, and a city that's seen you grow up, and a city that wants to see you aspire to great things. And we know you will. We know you will. Just remember that Santa Ana is your town. It's your hometown. It's where you were raised. And all the folks are going to be behind you. And when you're on TV, when you're on ESPN and CBS, just remember you got all 350,000 of us with you. And so, Vincent, in recognition of being selected to represent the Far West team as the United States Specialty Sports Association All-American, congratulations, son. Well done. And the mic is yours.
Well, I just want to get one thing straight. I usually do not bat flip like that or do the little dance at home plate. The clip before that, a kid hit a home run, showed up my pitcher, and I kind of called it in the dugout. I said, if I hit one out, I'm going to do everything that I said on that video. And but, I mean, I was surrounded by great athletes, great players out there. I got to thank my family, my dad, my mom, my brother, and my sister, because they've been behind me since day one. They've always supported me, and they're a very loving family. They're the reason who I am today, and they've taught me great things in life and in sports, and I just got to thank them for everything that they've done. I also have a few gifts for the members. I have 3 signed baseballs for Mr. Cavazos, Ms. Martinez, and Mr. Sarmiento. They're my home run baseballs from Cooperstown that I played in this last late August, and we came in 3rd place over there. Great teams out there as well, and a lot of great competition nowadays, so I'm very happy to be with who I am today.
These are going to be worth a lot one day, so this is going on my mantle in a case. So remember when you guys were witnesses, we just saw a star being born.
You notice all my kids are taller than me, including my daughter's probably my size now. They get their height from my wife, not from me.
Now, if it's appropriate, I believe Councilmember Roman Reina is going to have our next presentation, and that'll be made to Santa Ana students. Please go ahead.
Great. As we start to prepare, we're going to recognize the Assistance League of Santa Ana. We're going to ask them to come on up. I see a few in the audience here. Lisa Solomon, Kay Housley, and Carol Williams. Please step on up. And as they're making their way, I think Lisa's going the wrong direction. Come on all the way. Oh, that's what she's doing. You know, as we all know, the school year just got started, and we have a whole bunch of students that are attending, and a lot of the students go without some of the support that they need. And great organizations and great individuals like the ones you see behind me really step up to assist and to help out. And the way they assist is through Operation School Bell. and they provide our students from kindergarten to 8th grade with the uniform, actually 2 uniforms, 2 complete uniforms, a sweater, some underwear, some socks, definitely important, some socks, some shoes, a book bag, supplies, and a grooming kit for over 2,000 of our students. Every elementary school has about 40 students that participate in this program annually. This program is absolutely phenomenal. It started out in LA in 1994. A teacher had asked the students if they had extra school supplies or uniforms that they could share with their classmates, and it snowballed into this national movement. And City of Santa Ana Assistance League tends to lead Orange County with all the support that they provide. At this point, I'm going to pass it on over to my colleague who happens to be a school teacher as well.
Good evening. Roman asked me to come up and present this recognition tonight because I am a school teacher in Santa Ana, and I just want to reiterate how important it is for the organizations like these to come out and support our kids with uniforms. Oftentimes parents aren't able to provide enough uniforms for them to wear to school every day, so I just want to tell you how grateful we are to have you do that for us. Thank you.
And let's hear from some of the good work that our volunteers are doing, and it looks like we're going to bring up Lisa Solomon.
I'm Lisa Solomon, and I'm a principal also, but I'm also a member of the Assistance League of Santa Ana. And the reason that I joined the group is just because of the amazing work that they do. Our Assistance League in Santa Ana clothes more kids than any other Assistance League in Orange County. Other cities will do 300 or 400 kids, but here we're able to clothe 2,000 children every year. And we have to thank everyone who does take part in it, because it's all of our members who we get our money for the uniforms from our thrift store that we have, which is on First Street. If you want to go visit, it's 1031 West First Street. And that's how we make the money that we use for our programs for our students. And we're able to provide, like Roman said, uniforms, but more than anything, it helps our students because when they start school, they have a sense of pride. To get to school with a brand new uniform, feeling scholarly and feeling good about yourself, honestly, that's why we do it. We do it to make a difference. And when you see the kids leave with their smiling faces, you really can't beat that feeling. We have volunteers, not just our members, but then we also have people from the community, high school students who come back, who they received uniforms when they were little and now they're giving back. And then each of the schools has employees who give of their time, not only volunteering, but who are able to gather the information from the families and then let us know which families are most in need so we can truly help them out. So we'd like to thank you for recognizing us as the Assistance League of Santa Ana, and thank you for recognizing the hard work of all of the members. Thank you very much.
You know, I'm a firm believer that it takes a community to raise a family, and you can see behind me some great work that they do in assisting our families in our community. And a real quick plug, part of all these activities end up eventually costing dollars, and their annual event is called the Best Taste of Santa Ana. Next year's will be taking place Saturday, May 21st, 2016, and if you're able to support that, it would be fantastic to get on out there. I do want to leave you with this, that there's no greater impact in your life than another caring human being. It's not money, it's not a program, it's not a facility. Those things assist and help out, but it truly is a caring human being. And the Assistance League of Santa Ana is a forefront leader in doing so, and you can see that the impact that they have on an annual basis. It is my privilege to recognize them and to honor this certificate of recognition for your generous contributions to the City of Santa Ana students throughout Operation School Bell. Thank you so very much. All right, well, I'm up here. Let's finish the next one. And at this point, I'm going to go ahead and ask all the volunteers that had participated in coaching rookie ball, if you can please step on up and join me. Don't be shy. I know there's a few of out here. Don't be shy, come on up. Born and raised here in the city of Santa Ana, during the 80s there was a lot of challenges, there was a lot of violence, and I was really lucky to participate in these type of recreational programs. And my brother, who's only 4 years older than I was, unfortunately made bad choices and made bad decisions that led him into a path of jail and incarceration. Myself, I was able to move in a direction of sports that really challenged me and taught me discipline and moved me in a positive direction. And I know if it wasn't for the caring adults that were volunteering their time to have an impact on a child that they never met, that they didn't know, really had a sustained change in myself. And these are the exact same role models that you see behind us. At this point, I want to just give you guys a real quick round of applause for all the things that you do in our community, the impact that you have in our kids. It truly is a sustained change. I am one of the beneficiaries of volunteers like you, and I want to give you guys a round of applause. So today, what are we recognizing them for? We're recognizing for their time and energy in affecting kids' lives, specifically through the city's Rookie Ball League that had been absent for about 6 years. This year, we were able to serve over 110 students, male and female, again, through the dedication of the time, through the individuals that we have behind us. The groups had broken up into 3 segments. Pre-K to second grade was one group. Third and fourth grade was pitch coach. The third one was, fifth through eighth grade. And so these are the different age groups that we are starting to develop with our Rookie League Ball, and we are continuing to doing so. Our fees are really affordable. I want to say it's less than $35 for our programs. So please get the students involved. It's an opportunity to build some camaraderie with their neighbors, to be physically fit, to learn some discipline, and help shape their future as they move forward. At this point, I'm going to ask Saul to come on up and speak. Samuel, I apologize, Samuel. Well, then come on, Brendan, don't be shy.
First off, I would like to start off by saying that I love my community. I love to give back any way possible. But I give back many reasons, and the major reason I would say to watching the kids smiling and playing, seeing them get along with one another, knowing that what I'm doing today could make a major impact on their lives in the future.
And again, the impact that you have, it truly does. To me, the most valuable thing that we possess is our time. Because once we use it, we don't get it back, no matter what. So where we spend our time is huge about our character and what's important to us. And the fact that you intentionally take time out of your day to work with complete strangers to help guide them in a positive direction is absolutely huge about the character you guys have. The foundation of our community is strong with you guys, and I'm pleased to be able to recognize you guys here today. So join me again in a round of applause. Real quick, and hopefully I don't mess anybody here, but Brian Espinosa, Victor Espinosa, Jose Margo, Jacqueline Martinez, Samuel Martinez, Jimmy Panton, Mauricio Reyes, Caroline Rodriguez, Gato Rojas, and Veronica Rojas. Again, and Samuel Martinez. Again, thank you so very much. Did I miss Brini Garcia? Appreciate it. Thank you.
With that, Madam Clerk, I think we're on to our consent calendar. Is that correct? Okay. Madam City Attorney, is there anything to report out of closed session, please?
Mayor, council members, members of the public, we had numerous closed session items, but we have no reportable action tonight.
Okay, so with that, let me go have a couple folks want to speak, I believe, on consent calendar items, but let's go ahead and see if council members first have any items that they wish to pull. Councilor Martinez?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I have 3 items I'd like to pull, 25B, 31A, and 31B.
Did you get those, Madam Clerk? Anybody else on the council? With that, I would entertain a motion on moving the balance of the council. We have a motion. Do you have another item? We'll take it in a moment. I've got some folks right here. We'll take it very quickly. So we have a motion and a second. Those in favor, please say aye. 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 Those opposed, motion passes unanimously with the 4 present. So with that, I have a few people that want to make general comments. Let me take those general comments. Thelma Villanueva, can you please step forward at this time? Followed by Steve Rocco. And Steve, why don't you come on down? That way you'll be closer to the mic. Followed by Doria Ramos. Followed by Brenda Velasco. And Dylan Thompson. So if everybody I call, just come towards the front. Please go ahead, Thelma. Just take that other microphone there, and Madam Clerk, can you help her out? Or maybe she's got it. Go ahead, Thelma. If we can start the clock, you have 2 minutes. Please go ahead.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Thelma G. Villanueva. I am a pathologist with specialty in DNA analysis and private autopsies. My job is to find out how and why people die. I have worked for the military, the government, privately, and I have taught in various academic institutions.
Come close to the mic, please.
I have known Mr. Rocco for 10 years. Together, we have pored over death certificates, medical charts, and made first-hand observations. I have been to Orange County 5 times in behalf of Mr. Rocco. I have never been allowed to testify. I have provided 4 notarized declarations. I have never asked for or been paid for these services. I never expect to or want to be paid. Political and medical murder is a fact in Orange County. Innocence is not to be seen. Institutionalized, systematic murder is the norm. Although I have not been allowed to be in attendance in any of these most important murders of Orange County. Death certificates, medical charts are incompetent and inadequate. Unfortunately, you are the guilty party. We want nothing from you. Conflict of interest is your guilt.
Thelma, if you could please conclude.
Every crime, every murder that has been committed is the result of your action and inaction. Too much corruption, too many murders, abuse of power. I am in agreement with the recall petitions that Mr. Rocco has initiated. I respectfully seek and recommend justice for the oppressed as soon as possible. Justice delayed is justice denied. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you. Steve Rocco, followed by Doria Ramos.
2 minutes, you're getting a little bit economical here with our time. But as we are starting the beginning of the Polito-Rackauckus recall, I think you probably should tell your officers that interfering with a recall is an illegal act. My street, which is the same street that the 2 twin Mexican girls were murdered at last Halloween, is the same place where we had saturation ticketing, including me, of course, within the first few days. On July the 24th, my house was up in flames, 50 foot high. Strange that the fire department, which is across the street, wasn't there, so we had 2 fire departments from other parts of Santa Ana to take care of it. But let me tell you about something else. The first home invasion of my home was by an Orange City detective, and I didn't know that he was the next door neighbor of Tony Rikakis, who we're also seeking a recall from. Didn't know that at the time. I gave you all books, so it's not in the book because I didn't know. But we sued, we won, and little did we know that there would be over a half a dozen more home invasions of my home by, if I forget any, excuse me, the Orange City Police Department, the Police Department of Santa Ana, the Public Guardian, the Public Administrator, the Mental Health Unit, the, I think I said Public Defenders, Public Guardian, Public Administrator. Guess who the Chief of Staff of the Public Administrator's office is? Why, it's Rikakis' wife. Isn't that something? And how about Todd Spitzer's neighbor, the ex-president Kim Nichols of the Orange Unified School District, who started a recall against me and failed? Well, and how about all the wonderful murders which we've had in Orange County and have been covered up? We have serial mass murder here by public administration, by the public administrator. And we were supposed to have an election, and the first time I got 40,000 votes, with a total of 158,000 votes in the entire Orange County. Guess what happened to the public administrator's office? Well, our Mr. Todd Spitzer, who claims he doesn't like Mr. Rikakis, had Rikakis appointed with a $40,000 raise. How do you like that? We kill people in Orange County, we take their money, we abuse them as you did to my family, as you murdered my family and others. As somebody who is as close to a coroner as you can get will testify to that. Never been allowed to testify in Orange County. Never been allowed. You are making money from this, Mr. Consultant. In Palm Springs, for the same crimes that you have committed, that mayor is already in jail. His house has already been raided. The city council chambers have already been raided. You're still here.
Doria Ramos, please.
So this is recall number 2.
Doria Ramos, please.
Hello, my name is Doria Ramos, and I have lived in Santa Ana all of my life. I attended Rosita Elementary School, and one of my first memories of the Santa Ana library system is a field trip my 3rd grade class took to get our very first library cards. We walked to the New Hope Library during school hours and checked out our very first books there. Now I am a city employee working at the library. And the reason I mention all of this is because I'm here on behalf of the children we serve to present the council with some thank you cards that they have made in appreciation for the library being open on Sundays. Thanks to the funding provided by the city. So thank you to all of our council members for your continued support. And these are the thank you cards.
Thank you. Just give them to the clerk. Thank you. Brenda, are you here? And then Dylan Thompson. Dylan, are you close to the front? Come on down, please. Go ahead, Brenda.
Hi, everyone. City Council members. My name is Brenda Velasco, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Arid Garden Underground Aquifer Project, also known as AGUA. And we are trying to promote through the library. The library's Youth Civic Engagement Program. I want to take this time to thank you guys for supporting that program and for allowing me to speak here. I've lived in Santa Ana my entire life, and I've seen how important water conservation has been. This project is trying to promote many aspects. One aspect is an educational value. This project will be located on the east end of the library, which will allow people to get more information through the library, and it would be good for their personal resources. Another value for this is a functional value, and since we have grass there, it is very important to try to conserve as much water as possible. So by removing that grass and by putting more water efficient plants, we could reduce that amount of water being used, so we could conserve more water. After the presentation that we had on August 7th for the AGUA project, we had a survey, and from that survey, 90% of the respondents viewed this project to be very important. This project will also be a return on investment, which will save water during the water crisis that we have now. I know that we have to reduce the water by 12%, so this project will help do so. What we're asking for this project is $100,000. And again, I just want to thank you for supporting the Youth Civic Engagement Program, and I hope you will consider the Water Conservation Initiative, or AWA. Thank you.
Thank you, Dylan.
Good evening, council, staff. I'm just here tonight to give an announcement. Connect to Council is presenting Santa Ana Community Policing for the 21st Century, Community Policing Forum. It's going to be held tomorrow night at 6:45 at the Immaculate Heart of Mary, and we're going to have our very own Chief Rojas as a panelist. Other panelists include, we have James Armendariz from the OC Human Relations. We also have Carol Saran, Professor of Criminology, Law, and Society from UCI. Gabby Hernandez, a member of Chicanos Unidos, Lee De Leon, a president of, or a CEO of Templo Calvario CDC, and also the pastor there at Templo Calvario. And finally, Brian Leal, who is on the Santa Ana Board of Parks and Recreation. So it should be a very interesting discussion. I'd really encourage the council to attend and participate, and that's all. And I have some flyers for you. I'll give it to the clerk.
Thank you. With that, I'm going to direct our attention back to the business calendar. Well, actually, don't we have 4 items for you still on the? Let's go ahead. Let's do that, Councilor Martinez.
Thank you, Mayor. And I will be very quick. I have 25B, which is increased contingency for the lead streetlight improvement project. I just have a question for our Public Works Director, our City Manager. This item was brought to us about 3 or 4 months ago, and possibly 2 months ago, and so I'm just wondering why we have an additional contingency from $30,000, which will increase to up to $50,000. So if I could please get some clarification based on the RFCA. I'm still very confused on a lot of the RFCAs that our staff are presenting. They just really, to me, are not making sense, and I do my best to read as much as possible. I'm not sure. And so, Mr. Public Works Director, if you can just, give us just some brief remarks as it pertains why we're moving forward with a higher contingency.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor, members of council. This particular project had 4% contingency originally. Usually for these type of projects we allocate 10%, but the 4% was allocated because of lack of funding when original project came through. There was unforeseen condition. This is a LED conversion. It was a high voltage. There was different circuits that needed to be changed, and also there were theft between the time they installed some of these copper wiring, and then later on it was theft. So it required additional 6%. So with adding this 6%, we're in basically normal type of contingency we allocate for this type of projects.
And thank you for that clarification. I understand typically it's 10%. Could I just ask, specifically where these dollars are coming from? We went from 4 to 6, and what pot of money is that directly coming out of?
It's coming from a streetlight maintenance budget.
So, and based on that, what would be the total cost that we'd be purchasing these LED street lights? Can you give me that total?
The original contract amount was $498,000. That includes the 4%, and then we're adding $30,000 on top of that. Okay. So that would go up to $528,000.
After we transition from the LED lights, can you tell us what the savings will be for the city of Santa Ana over, say, a 10-year period or to 20-year period?
Sure. Usually the saving in energy costs would be somewhere around 60% with the new technology. And there's substantial saving in maintenance because the lighting would usually 3 to 5 years, regular HSB lighting, and these on 10 to 15 years in replacing them, so major maintenance cost.
And just my last question, just based on equity, wanting to make sure, can you tell us here, will these LED lightings be across city, or are they in a specific location?
These are for this specific location. We're moving forward with replacing the entire city. The reason we're not doing that because most of these lights are right now still owned by Edison. So we're going through the process of repurchasing the street lights, and we have a plan to convert them.
Thank you, Mr. And I don't mean to give you a hard time, and I know when this was brought before us, we were supposed to hire some kind of contractor, give us some kind of, information as it pertains, how much would it cost, when would we be replacing all of these lights, and I talk about equity because it's important, and I know you guys picked a certain location, but I think we all understand the importance of lighting. We all understand that, public safety has a role within law enforcement, but public safety also has a role with lighting and the importance in areas where there may not be possible visible lighting, and sometimes you don't see lights in certain neighborhoods and cause traffic accidents, robberies, etc. I could go on and on. We all understand the importance of what that means, and so I'm just wanting to make sure that as we move forward and we hire this person to give us this assessment, and that my colleagues understand that equity is important, that when we're going to be doing lighting, that it's across the board, and that this city council, that us as policymakers are making these decisions. And so I feel like as we make these changes and do these contingencies, is that we are kind of not looking at the big picture, and I understand that Edison owns a lot of the lighting, and I understand that this city council has told the city manager why we want to move in the direction of owning, but at the same time just wanting to make sure that when we transition, that it is done in an equitable process. With that being said, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will go ahead and move the item because of the importance of it, but I'm just wanting to clarify as we move forward and the directions that we take, that it is equitable across the city.
Mayor Pro Tem, I think he wants to speak, but he's...
I just wanted a second, but my microphone, I think, was going a little wild. So I think the mayor sabotaged it last night, so I wouldn't be able to say anything. So
there you go. I did it at a meeting too late. So with that, go ahead, Councilman Bustamante.
Benavides.
You look like Bustamante.
I'll just move on to my comment.
There you go.
You're better looking. You're better looking. Feel good
Yeah,
about it. Thank you. Thank you.
It's the beard.
Councilman Tinajero. Just just make comment on even some of Councilman Martinez's comments with regard to this lighting. Essentially, we're looking at LED. It's improved. It's more efficient. It's longer lasting. I just want to encourage staff to look at when we're making these types of improvements, that we look at some of those areas and neighborhoods where there is greater need, whether it be for pedestrian safety or also just matters of safety in general. I recently had a meeting with city manager and the police chief over an incident that happened in the Townsend neighborhood. And I actually just walked by the neighborhood yesterday and walked by the street on Townsend and noticed a couple of lights out. And there are neighborhoods like that, pockets where there's a lot of density, unfortunately, gang activity, and whenever there is darkness, it breeds for there to be more unsafe and illegal activity. So let's look at this not only just as a matter of improving lighting in general in certain neighborhoods and certain parts of town, but if we're looking at being strategic and intentional, let's make sure that we look at those areas that need the lighting for the sake of safety of our communities and our residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Benavides. Any additional thoughts? So we basically have a motion and a second, correct? Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries.
And
So
Mayor,
with
just
that,
very-
I think one more.
Yeah, Mayor, I have two more, and just very quickly, it's 31A and 31B. I will not be supportive of these items, and I just want to state for the record, as we deal with wireless facilities, and certainly I understand the need for Sprint and Verizon and others, again, the quality of life, and as we move forward with emergency preparedness, and I stated at the last time that my concerns that, moving forward, for example, the city of Los Angeles and San Francisco, making sure that we're able to retrofit these these facilities. Unfortunately, our staff and the city council decided not to be supportive. I wasn't here at that meeting. I was out of town, but you guys moved forward with the council's with the staff's recommendation not to retrofit these facilities. And so with that being said, I have to vote no on allowing these wireless facilities. Thank you.
Does anybody want to hear from staff or have any other? Councilor Benavides?
Sure. Well, I will actually. On 31A, this is a 50-foot high wireless facility, 2116 West Montevista Avenue, which is in Ward 4 and right down the street from my home. And I believe it's on the campus of Montevista Elementary School, if that's correct. Does anybody have? And I just want to confirm as to whether there's going to be any additional. There is a current cell site there. Will they be? Again, it's a public facility, public space, although it's not city owned. It's school owned, from what I understand.
It's not city owned and it's a public facility. Correct.
Will they be adding an additional building or for the equipment?
I think there will be a cell tower. Yes. Yes.
Right. So, for similar and some of and some other positions and reasons, I'm going to be voting against this item. In general, when we have, and I've spoken about this issue before, when a number of occasions we have located cell sites, towers, and these monopines or different types of fake trees within parks, and it takes away from open space. I don't think it adds at all to the aesthetics. There is an attempt to try to camouflage them, but it's an eyesore in reality. And in this case, even though again it's not a city land, it is land that is of the public, that is of the community. It's an elementary school. And I'm hopeful that there isn't much of the green space that our kids use that will be taken out to be able to accommodate a new equipment room. But I think there's no benefit, frankly, publicly or minimal, I think. So for those reasons, I'm not going to be supporting this item.
Is that both A and B?
A specifically, I'm talking about when I'm on East Elementary.
Councilor Maestro.
Yeah, question. Did we hear back from the district regarding this at all, or?
No.
Thank you, Councilwoman, Mayor. I've reviewed the staff report. It appears like it's a modification of the existing pole, and they're actually going to make it more conducive to something that looks better. But maybe what we can do, if you have questions, is continue it and answer those questions, Mayor, if you want, unless the council wants to make action today. But it looks like it's a retrofit of an existing pole.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Mr. Mayor, there isn't a motion on the floor?
There's currently no motion, just question.
Why don't I move, because it sounds like there are some questions that we may have to continue it to the next.
Yes.
All right, do I have a second? Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Is that true for 31A and B? Is that your motion? All right, Madam Clerk, it was for both 31A and B. That motion was for both. So with that, let's go on to item, I think it is 50A. I would entertain a motion on 50A.
So moved.
Second.
Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. On item 50B, this is the 45-day moratorium on short-term residential rental use, and I have two speakers. So let me call upon the speakers, Doug McLay and Iris Ramirez. Douglas, are you here? Please come on down. And Iris, if you're here, please come on down. Oh, Iris left? Go ahead, Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name is Douglas McLeith, and I have been a resident of Santa Ana for a number of years. I moved here because I really like the city, and I love Santa Ana, and I plan on staying here the rest of my life. I think it's a great place to be. I'm a very blessed man. I'm married. I have a wonderful wife. 2 children, Hannah, 11, and Chloe, 8, and I own a home in Santa Ana. When I heard about this meeting, I read up on the events in Floral Park, and I can certainly sympathize with what went on with the neighbors' concerns over there. I don't know all the details, but I certainly wouldn't want a hotel on my street or a party house or Harley Davidson clubhouse next to my house or somebody with 427 cats or 40 fighting dogs. And something may need to be done. But on the other side of the coin, I am concerned that the City Council might react and not consider the needs and the important benefits to short-term rentals and the concerns that I have for other neighbors. I've had recent experience in short-term rentals over the past 3 years, and it's been a very happy and good experience. It hasn't been one little bit of inconvenience to my neighbors, and it's been a good thing in Santa Ana. Like everyone else, I've had troubles, and recently my daughter was born with severe birth defects where she had to have multiple surgeries and lots of treatment. Also, when the recession hit, I got into my income dropped considerably, and I found myself in financial crisis. And what I did was I started renting out a small unit at the back of my house. And I used Airbnb for that. And I was very surprised and very delighted that it was a wonderful thing, and it was a wonderful company. I've had dozens and dozens of people stay with me, and usually it's one person or 2 people. Usually it's only 1 car, no car, and even when people are staying with me, there's less cars at my house than at normal families down the street. And there hasn't been one single complaint from any of my neighbors, and there really couldn't be. There hasn't been one loud noise. There hasn't been one problem at all. I've had people from Europe, from South America, from Asia, and they've all been delightful people. Dozens and dozens and dozens, and all of them have been delightful people. But the most important fact for me was that it saved me. It was a godsend. I thought it was providential that I was able to get a little extra income so I wouldn't lose my house, so that I would be able to take care of my children.
Douglas, if you could conclude, please. The light is red.
Yes. I would just hope that the council wouldn't overreact. I've brought copies of a San Jose ordinance that deals with this that I think is a measured and wise response. I'd like to hand it out.
Please hand it out, and I want to call upon Mayor Pro Tem. He has a comment.
Thank you, sir, for your comments. I appreciate them. I was one of the members of the council that spoke out in opposition and concern because of the comments that we received from both, from all the neighbors that came and spoke in opposition and concern about that particular home. But my understanding, Mr. City Manager, is that along with this 45-day moratorium, we're going to be provided with some options to consider where in the city this may be possible, more of a palette of alternatives that we can approach, not simply a moratorium, although that will be one of the options as well. And I think you're right. There are some cities that regulate this well. They're able to see what areas can accommodate this type of arrangement. I think after looking at the issue more, there are balances that we can achieve. Certainly, there are some areas that are more sensitive than others where they wouldn't work. But I think a good framework may be offered by staff will be helpful for us to reconsider. So I certainly now have a much more open mind after looking at Santa Monica's model as well, and some other cities that have gone out and looked and seen where they could just balance both interests.
There's a difference if somebody is there all the time, where somebody is just leaving it to other people and they're not monitoring what's going on. We don't want to...
This is public comment.
Understood. We receive your comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So with that, we have no more speakers. I would entertain a motion on the item.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Councilmember Mesqua?
Just a quick question. Now, with this moratorium, would that prevent the gentleman that just spoke from continuing to use his home if there have been no
Under
problems?
ARB?
Right.
With the moratorium, at this point, this house will not be allowed to be using this for the
Okay,
45 days.
I think what I want to do, I want to keep this in perspective. I want to know how many, is it just been that one problem in Floral Park, or have we had more issues throughout the city?
Thank you, Councilwoman. This is one of the things I emphasized before, was there are a lot of people who really want to use this, and one of the issues that I dealt with in my former life was people were having trouble making their payments, and this was the only way they could save their house, and the neighborhood actually supported it. I think each case is different, so we cannot tell this person any advice tonight, but I think the key that the Mayor Pro Tem announced, and I saw some head shaking, we need this time to really take a look at it, present the options.
Okay.
But we're only enforcing at this time in one location.
Okay.
So with that, I believe we have a unanimous vote?
Yes.
Okay, we have a unanimous vote. So let's go on to the next item, which would be 55A.
So moved.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries. Now we go on to item 55B.
Mayor, move the item just with quick comment.
Is there a second?
Second.
Please go ahead and comment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one, I'd just like to thank our police chief and his staff, and for the great work, and of course our lobbyists as we move forward. We were one of the cities that received most of the funding in the United States, and so we also want to thank Mayor Pro Tem Sarmiento and Councilman Benavides as they all went off to Washington D.C., and of course our city manager for the great work, and we both now sit on the legislative committee. Councilman Benavides has left, but with that being said, he did participate in Washington D.C. and bringing over $4.4 million back, and so just wanting to thank them for their efforts, and I move this item. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Is there, we already, okay, those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. I would now entertain a motion on 55C, which is accepting a
I will
donation.
be moving it with comment. I just do want to take the time to thank the Floral Park Neighborhood Association for their donation. It's a $42,250 donation to keep these antique-style iron cast light poles there in the neighborhood to make our neighborhoods more beautiful. So thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for the comment. We have a motion a second. It's 10 antique-style street light poles from Floral Park Neighborhood Association that will benefit the neighborhood. So with that, those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Now 65A.
I'll move that with comment, Mr. Mayor, and I just have a...
Is there a second, real quick?
Second.
Okay, go ahead.
I just have a quick question. And I was a no vote last year, and I understand this time around regarding the council calendar, we actually are moving forward to council 3 meetings, January 5th, July 19th, and November 1st. And I think the July 19th is more because many of you go on vacation. I think last year was in August, and so just wanting I'm not sure who the clerk is speaking with. Has there been a survey and the rationale of why we're choosing July over August? And so if I could please get some clarification how we came up with these dates, it would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Mayor, in the past, they had requested a date in the summer. We had canceled August dates and July dates, and I think the preference that I saw from the majority was a July cancellation, but we can certainly cancel an August date if requested.
Mayor?
Yes.
Just to add to the city clerk, was that some of the individuals were involved in the school year, kids going to school, and the second meeting in August with people going to college. So the theory was that if you did it in July, you wouldn't have that conflict. So this year we actually did July, where the previous year we did August, based on that feedback.
So I'm wanting to clarify who made that determination.
Based
Did
on
you,
council,
Mr. City Manager? Did
based
you
on council feedback, I think there was an email that was sent out.
I've never received...
It was council feedback that we
I've
received.
never received an email, and so I would like to continue the item for 2 weeks. It would be greatly appreciated if we can continue it.
Let's entertain a motion for continuance.
I'll second that.
Okay, just real quick, show of hands. Who received an email here?
I don't
Did you,
remember
W?
if I received...
It wasn't an email, it was a conversation during the
yeah.
meeting. Yeah.
All right, because I didn't receive anything.
Mayor, the conversation actually occurred here at the dais when everybody was present, a year ago when we made the decision just like this. But that we can wait 2 weeks and do a survey, right?
All right. Let's do it. Thank you. So now let's go on, Madam Clerk. I think it'd be item 75A. This is time and place for a public hearing on item 75A. Do we have any speakers wishing to address us on this item?
I have not received any cards.
You've not received any cards? Okay, I want to just for the record formally open up the public hearing. I have no cards, but does anybody want to speak on item 75A? Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing, bring it back to council for questions or consideration.
I'll move the item, Mr. Mayor.
Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Item 75B. This also is a public hearing to consider adopting consolidated annual performance and evaluation report. I have no requests to speak, but I want to formally open up the public hearing. Does anybody wish to address us on this matter? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing and bring it back to council for consideration. I would entertain a vote.
Mayor.
Second.
Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion passes unanimously. Item 75C. This is another public hearing adopting a resolution authorizing negotiation for the sale of property owned at 1232 South Bristol. I have no cards, but I'm going to now open up the public hearing. Does anybody wish to speak on item 75C? Seeing no one, I will close it and bring it to council for consideration. Do I have a motion? Don't everybody jump at once.
Move it.
Second.
Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion
No.
carries. One no. So you got that for the record, Madam Clerk? And then one absent vote. It wasn't loud enough? Well, she's still shy. So with that, we're going to go to item 85A, and I will call on Councilmember Saltina Hero, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, thank you very much for allowing me to place this on the agenda. We had talked about this a while ago, and we had been talking about...
Excuse me, I have three speakers. Do you want to go
Let's-
first, or you want to...
No, let's let the
Okay,
speakers-
thank you. Sorry about that,
Sorry
Sal.
about
I should have noted it earlier. Dave Hohen, followed by Darren Shippen, followed by Ian Van Kong, I believe it is. Dave, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the City Council and staff. In 1970, my name is Dave Hohen. I'm a longtime resident of Santa Ana. In 1978, an artist in San Francisco was challenged by City Supervisor Harvey Milk to create a positive symbol to represent the LGBT community. Prior to that, the most recognizable symbol within the LGBT community was probably the pink triangle, which was used by Nazi Germany to identify and demonize homosexuals in German war camps. Harvey Milk, being Jewish, understood the significance of the pink triangle, but wanted something more positive to represent us. And so he challenged the artist to come up with a symbol. The rainbow flag was first flown on June 25th of 1978. Almost by magic, it instantly became the symbol representing the LGBT community. Later that year, Harvey Milk, along with Mayor George Moscone, were assassinated. Today, except for the American flag, the rainbow flag might just be the most universally recognized symbol throughout the world. I don't believe there is any other symbol that is internationally recognized for its embodiment of love, acceptance, and equality of all persons, regardless of nationality, skin color, gender identity, language, belief system, or socioeconomic status. Regardless of what our gender identity here tonight is, that is a philosophy we all should adopt, and I believe that is the message that Santa Ana wants. So I encourage you to consider raising the rainbow flag year-round. Now, I know that your dilemma might be that if you allow the rainbow flag, then other organizations will want their symbols raised also. And you know, there are a lot of special events that deserve recognition, and it would go against the spirit of the rainbow flag to not recognize all celebrations. We all do like a party. So perhaps a rainbow celebration flag bowl could be erected, which is used to fly flags to recognize special events throughout the year. But when there isn't a special event, fly the rainbow flag to celebrate love, acceptance, and equality of all persons. The pole would never be empty. It will either be flying a special event flag or the rainbow flag. For instance, wouldn't it be great if this week we were flying the flag of Santa Ana College? You all have traveled to cities throughout the U.S. or the world. Doesn't it warm your heart and lift your spirit when you see a rainbow flag, or perhaps even a rainbow-painted crosswalk? Doesn't it impart a positive message about mankind? And isn't that the positive message that we want for residents and visitors of Santa Ana? I commend all of you for your past support of Harvey Milk Day and Pride and other events. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dave. Darren, excuse me, followed by Ian Van Gong. And Ian, if you can come on down, please.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity to speak about 85A and the rainbow flag and options. And thank you, Sal, for putting it forward. What a wonderful thing to see that rainbow flag flying over when the Supreme Court decided that we were equal and we could get married. I am married to Dave. I've lived here since 1996 when I was his roommate because the law didn't allow us to be anything but roommates. And then it allowed us to be domestic partners, and then we finally could be spouses. So it was wonderful to see. But as an option for flying the rainbow flag, I think you should consider flying it under the city flag, because the city represents all of us, and under the flag you represent all people. I think it would be great to have maybe the Mexican flag for Patrias, Fiestas de Patrias, for Black History Month. Perhaps we could fly that flag. We could fly a flag for Tet, but not special rights, just equal rights. So maybe we could fly that during Harvey Milk Day and maybe Pride Month. So maybe a place for special flags for special recognition under the city flag. Thanks.
Thank you. Ian, please.
Good evening, Mayor Polito, Mayor Pro Tem Sarmiento, and all members of the City Council. My name is Ian Bancong. I'm here on the behalf of the Rainbow of Orange County, a nonprofit organization that with a mission and a vision to create a unified, safe, and equitable community that empowers all individuals and their families to reach their full potentials. With that being said, I would like to take this opportunity to thank all of you for recognizing Harvey Milk Day in 2010. And back to the issue on our agenda today. My partner and I are residents of the city of Santa Ana. The issue that we discuss today is close to home to us, literally and figuratively. As you all know, Santa Ana is a very large city with a very diverse population, economically, socially, and culturally. The decision to fly the rainbow flag, which is a symbol of inclusion, along with the California flag and the American flag over our city hall, will demonstrate that our city embraces its diversity and send a welcoming message to individuals, families, and businesses that might consider visiting or making Santa Ana their home, which in turn will benefit our city tremendously. I strongly urge you to consider sending that message of embracing diversity, inclusivity, and safety to all of our residents and prospective visitors and businesses. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, let me go back to Councilor Tinajero, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the speakers who came up and spoke eloquently about this issue. First and foremost, the flag, the rainbow flag, represents equality, which is an accepted value in our country and in other industrialized countries around the world. I think we can all agree that equality is a monumental value to have. This flag is not just about marriage. The flag is about liberty and equal rights of our LGBT community under the law. More importantly, it represents liberty and equal rights of Santa Ana residents who are LGBT. Flying this flag also welcomes LGBT visitors, as one speaker spoke. After many years, LGBT now has the rights under the Equal Protection Clause in the United States. Think about that. The Equal Protection Clause now applies to the LGBT community. The flag, flying the flag, is an affirmation of this now established constitutional right. There have been people who have said, well, where do we draw the line? Where do we draw the line? What if another group wants to put up their flag? And I say the line can be drawn when other groups that don't have this protection, this protected constitutional right, overcome those challenges and finally get that victory of equality through our Supreme Court process. We have many court cases throughout the years that have dealt with equal rights. I think of the Loving case in 1967. Had it not been for individuals who stood up and took the wrath of others, but stayed true to what their belief was, I wouldn't be allowed to marry my wife today, being an interracial couple. Racism still exists in our country as we've seen it. So we do things in our educational system, in parades, functions. We commemorate people who stood up for civil rights. And we do those to educate the next generation, to remind them of the difficulty that it was to earn those rights, to have people accept those rights. This flag is a welcoming symbol. The flag going up at City Hall is a vote of confidence for Santa Ana's future. It's an opportunity to say, look where we've come. The Supreme Court has spoken. Let's remember those who have died asking for this right. Let's not forget that one of the highest groups that commit suicide in the United States are LGBT teenagers. Let's give them a symbol that says, hey, this is Santa Ana, the center of Orange County, and we welcome you, and we appreciate you, and we love you. How do you vote against that? And so this is something that I've never been nervous to speak, but I'm actually shaking because I know it's controversial. But we're standing up for love, we're standing up for equality, and we're celebrating that. And that's why I wanted to bring this forward. So I'm hoping that my colleagues would be willing to take a look at this and fly the flag. I'd like to hear what they have to say, and then we can continue to discuss it.
Thank you. Is there any other comment or thought on this?
I have.
Councilor Amezcua, please.
Yes, I think the city of Santa Ana would be sending a strong message of that we embrace diversity and just we're a city that embraces inclusion and acceptance. And I'm very thankful that Councilmember Tinajero brought this forward. I think, like he said, there are many teenagers that struggle with this, and I'm fully supportive of bringing this of you bringing this item forward. So thank you.
Is there any other comment on this matter?
Sure, go ahead.
Councilor Benavides, please.
I think there's probably a little bit of a pause from a few of us on the council. It's a difficult topic to discuss because I think we're sending it would be potentially sending a strong message one way or the other if we decide to support the item of flying the rainbow flag. I think it would mean a lot to one segment of our community, and just from the feedback, frankly, that we received from quite a few people in our community after the Orange County Register ran an article. We had quite a few phone calls, emails, folks who some that were very negative and insensitive, but others that were people that genuinely said, we respect the LGBT community, but we think that it would be just being too partial to one segment of the community, and so as an elected and representative of the city as a whole, it's a difficult kind of a position to be in. And I think personally and as a city, as a council, we have stood numerous times very proudly by different groups that have faced challenges, and the LGBT community being one of those. I'm still very proud of the position that we all took unanimously when we stood by different representatives of the LGBT community on the very historic landmark decision that the Supreme Court made toward marriage equality. And I think for something as monumental as that, to stand in one accord, with the representatives of the LGBT community, leaders, and to fly the flag, I think that was something that was significant. It is something that is. I think that the question, it can be seen as a very simple question: where do you draw the line? And we can try to figure out and decide, certain specifications, but I think it would be. My concern is that if we took a position to fly the flag that represents one group in our community, that either we would alienate, or more, even frankly, more of my concern is that then it would become reason for there to be just an adverse, a negative reaction towards that group, towards the LGBT community, and I think frankly what we're trying to do is to be bridge builders and bring folks together. We celebrate Pride, we celebrate Harvey Milk, and I think our position is that we will continue to do so. So I respect Councilman Tinajero's position and encourage really in bringing this forth. But I'll be very honest. I'm having a difficult time with the recommendation.
I think it's an opportunity for the city of Santa Ana to come out as the leaders in doing this. And that's why I think I appreciate that you brought it forward, Sal, because I don't think any other city has ever even contemplated doing this. So, that's how I feel about it.
Thank you. Now let me go to the right. Councilor Martinez, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I want to thank Councilman Tinajero for also bringing this issue up. And certainly, I know when controversial issues come up, the mayor always looks my way because I'm always the first to speak up. And
no, they spoke on the left.
Yeah, I know, because I look directly towards the audience and I wouldn't look towards you, Mr.
There you
Mayor.
go.
I know better, right? But anyhow, look, I certainly there is reluctancy, and off the bat, just from what was being proposed, I was a no vote, not because I'm against equality, not because I'm against the rainbow flag. It's the mere fact is that it opens up a Pandora's box. And I just want to take this council back, whether there was a case that moved forward or not. We recognized that effort and brought that forward. I was the one that asked for us to post the rainbow flag. And so there's no dispute of where I stand. And no one from the outside asked for the council to raise that flag. It was Michelle Martinez that asked the city council and the city manager and my colleagues to do that initially. So we were leaders, but we also need to recognize the diversity of this community. And certainly I want to bring the council back. And even though, look, we recognize Hispanic Heritage Month, the majority of this community is of Latino descent. And not too far or long ago, we had a discussion about changing the name from 4th Street to Cayaguato and doing just something very basic. And there was a lot of reluctancy from this council. And I guess it's very disappointing that we are willing to stand behind, and most certainly I understand why and the importance, but let's make sure that when we decide to have equality, that we do it across the board, that there's equity, that we just don't downplay the contributions of everyone in this community, because everyone has played a role. And so, you know, as we move forward, and I'll tell you what I can be supportive of. Certainly, you know, we have supported Harvey Milk Day, we supported Pride, and I'm willing to raise the flag during those times. But I want us to, as well, understand that there's diversity. So when the Vietnamese community comes and they want us to raise their flag, or Cesar Chavez Day, and God knows what else is going to come before us, just understand that this is going to open those doors, and we just can't say no. So we got to have a true policy that is going to really stand out when it comes to equity. And so I just want to make that very clear. And so if the hopefully the maker of the motion who brought this up is willing to consider us doing it during the month of Pride month, or during Harvey Milk, I'm willing to support it, and I have always been supportive, and I'm willing to do something like that and give my support in that respect. But I'm just wanting to make sure that this council understand that equity is very important. As we are policymakers, we can't pick and choose what we want, because we can't put our personal beliefs up here. We have to put Santa Ana first. And so I just want to make sure that we all understand that. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Sarmiento, and then I'll go to the maker of the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not sure if council member made a motion, but I'd like to defer to him so he can make the motion. But what I did want to say, just very briefly, is I want to thank him for bringing this issue forward, because it is a very sensitive issue. I think it's something that makes us reflect. What is our responsibility? Is this an issue that's important enough for us to address? I do recall a lot of the emails when the article on the Register ran. I received some very, very hostile, ugly emails. There was language included in some of those emails I couldn't repeat, but they were very, unfortunately, they were very opposed and adverse to what we're looking for today. And I think the reason why the council member and all of us are supportive, I think, of the issue in principle is that we want to make sure that all communities are represented well. And we want to make sure that those interests are protected. They're legally protected now. And I remember those of us who stood before everybody and talked about recognizing Harvey Milk. I think it was one of the first cities in the county to do it. And I remember people said, why do you want to recognize Harvey Milk Day? What has it got to do with anything that you're doing as a council? Well, it's important because we do represent a very diverse community. And when we have issues like that, it's important to be on the front end. So for us to be even talking about a flag and having it fly in front of our city hall, it's symbolic, and it is groundbreaking. And it is something that's novel, and it's not something that happens, especially in Orange County. Remember, people, this is probably one of the most conservative counties in the country. So for us to do this here does send a strong message, and I think we all understand that. So again, we embrace that diversity. It's not like other cities, unfortunately, who run from them. So I would be very supportive of what I heard one of the speakers say, which is to recognize and fly that flag with dignity and with honor on those days that I think are important, like Harvey Milk, like Gay Pride, like other days that symbolize that struggle that we now know has been codified in law. So I'm supportive of that direction, because we do have other communities that are very meritorious of their flags as well. Cesar Chavez Day is something that the UFW flag I think is also very worthy, because farm workers, undocumented folks who struggled for our community as well have a right to have their flag flown on our flagpole, and for us to honor those struggles on those days that are appropriate. So I think what this does, it invites communities that have different struggles to come before us, and as a city, we can support those and recognize those on those appropriate days. But I do I don't want to make that as a motion. I'd like to defer that to the council member because I think this is his valiant step to put this before us, and he could have shied away from it. He could have said it's too sensitive, I don't want to deal with it, but he's at least putting it before us for us to deliberate, and for that, I want to thank him, and I want to thank him for his courage.
Thank you. And before I go back to Councilor Tinajero for a moment, let me just ask if anybody hasn't spoken. Let's, in the sense of equality and fairness, Roman, you've not spoken, and I think I've not spoken. Please go ahead.
Well, thank you so very much. Appreciate it. I echo a lot of the same comments that my colleagues have made, and I think that all the challenges that are facing our community, that are overcome and historically, should be recognized at every level because it makes our community stronger. Absolutely. And it's difficult to say that one plight is more challenging than another, or their hardships are more so than another, and it becomes splitting hairs, and it really is challenging. I would be more supportive of being able to come up with a process to be able to fly a flag that we're recognizing or honoring that day or that week, because there are a lot of challenges that are out there. There are a lot of issues that have overcome obstacles. You know, and if we look at this country itself, you know, it was an experiment then, and it was challenging. And we heard some of the comments today. We talked about equality and liberty and equal rights. And to me, that's the symbol of the United States flag. Worldwide, it shares those values. It says that these are the people that come together as a diverse group from mixed challenges, from mixed backgrounds, coming together for one country itself. And I think that those are the flags that surely should be flying: the city, the state, and the country, and of course the POW, who allow us the freedoms that we have. I would be more supportive of creating a process so that we could address these on a individual basis or a weekly basis of who we may be honoring that particular situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me put my 2 cents worth, and then I want to go back to Councilor Tinajero. I believe Darren Shippen said it very well when he walked up and he said, we've made a lot of progress. He also said, you know, let's allow others as well. And I believe that if we were to have a poll only, you know, for one cause, let's call it for a moment, because I think it's a cause, it's a lifelong struggle. It in and of itself would be, you know, potentially divisive and be an inequality to others. And so I am in favor of figuring out something where on Harvey Milk Day or Gay Pride Day, we allow the flag to be flown as a celebration, as a recognition. But I like Councilman Morena's concept of maybe a little bit of more thought to say, you know, are we going to have Cesar Chavez flag? I mean, personally, I believe we should, and try to come up with some type of policy so we know what we're getting into, and that at the end of the day we have something that you know, a majority of the council can vote. And I know we might not all agree at the end of the day, but I think if we can do it in such a fashion that it's not divisive, that there is no unintended consequences to when all of a sudden we're favoring one group versus another group, because we don't want to do that. What we want to do is make sure that nobody is put down, that nobody is suppressed, that we're not intolerant to any one group. I think we want to celebrate our diversity and freedom and equality towards all. And so we have to be careful not to, in our you know, euphoria, to celebrate something that we end up inadvertently putting somebody else down. So you know, for the record, I am not in favor of a poll that would only you know celebrate let's say one group, because I see this as a group of people. I'd be in favor of a policy that says we are going to allow the diversity of this beautiful city that we have, you know, to celebrate all people and to give everybody their 15 minutes, or in this case maybe 2 or 3 days of you know, a year of celebration. So with that, let me go back to Councilor Tinajero, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that one of the concepts here that we have to understand is that we're talking about equality. We're talking about equality. We're talking about a group of citizens, Americans, who for many, many years could not be who they were. You would get arrested if you were at a gay bar. You were discriminated against from holding certain positions. Just a few years ago, I was with the Board of Trustees at the Santa Ana Unified School District, and we were talking about comprehensive sex ed. And people were verbally or physically upset, and they would come out and they would talk, and they did so much gay bashing of our teachers that I was appalled. I went and apologized to those teachers afterwards because they were saying things like, we don't want our kids to be taught by gay teachers. What was interestingly enough was that the choir teacher who had just brought in their kids, they applauded him, not knowing that he was gay, which I thought was one of the most ridiculous things. Ladies and gentlemen, this is about equality. This is about saying thank you to those who fought for many, many years so that the equality clause can be spread out to all Americans. Everyone does their part. And when you don't celebrate a struggle of a group of people for that many years, I think we're going back on our value of equality. I know that some people may be offended by the rainbow flag going up. That's something you're going to have to deal with, because the reality is gay people aren't going anywhere. The reality is that it's not a choice. My son did not choose to be gay. He did not choose to go through the stresses that he had. And my son being gay is not the reason I'm putting this on. He knows that I have fought for gay rights for many, many years before I even knew he was gay. So this is not something new. I want to say this. I'm going to go ahead and make a motion. It seems like our council at this moment in history is not ready to put it up permanently for a year, and that's fine. But I will make a motion that the rainbow flag go up here at City Hall on May 22nd, which is Harvey Milk Day, and it stays up until the end of June, which is the National Pride Month. And I believe that is going to send a very strong message. For those of you out there tonight who are going to send us emails, you have every right to do that. You have the freedom of speech, but I just want to let you know. I look at comedians like Chris Rock, who's crazy sometimes, but he says some things that are true that make things funny. He said, if you hate black people, one day your daughter will marry a black man. If you hate gay people, one day your grandchild will be gay. The reality is 10% of the population is LGBT, and it's time that we treat them as equally as the heterosexual Americans here in our country. So I'd like to make that motion.
I'll second that. Okay, we have a motion, a second. Is there discussion
Mr. Mayor, I'd
on
like
the
to make
motion?
a friendly amendment, and hopefully Councilman Tinajero will accept it. At the same time, I am supportive of that, but to also make sure that we create a process as it pertains to the other communities that we wish to also celebrate.
I will go ahead and support that amendment.
You accept that amendment? All right, let's have discussion on the amended motion. Is there any
I'm
thought on
supportive of
that?
it. I'm supportive of it, on the amendment.
For the record, before we call, how many days are we talking about? Do we know?
May 22nd to the end of June. The last
5 weeks. Personally, I think that's not the intent that I would like to see. I'd like to see it not for 5 weeks. I'd like to see it for less, and I'd like to see that policy that would allow others before we vote. So for those reasons, I'll not be opposed, supporting the motion.
So can we call for a motion?
Go ahead, Councilman Reyna.
You know, it doesn't seem like it's time sensitive. We're looking at May 27th, so we have a little bit of time. It sounds like, in concept, we want to move in the same direction. I too am concerned about the time frame, because we're not creating a process. We're starting something, then we're going to create a process after the fact. my preference would be to create that process beforehand. They could be the first ones on the list, but my preference is that we create a process prior to launching any program or activities.
Councilor Benavides?
I would echo that. I think overall, I don't think there's been any overall opposition or any antagonistic perspective or adverse perspective from anybody in the council with regard to recognizing and honoring the LGBT community, to even flying the flag. I think the question is what's going to be the policy, the procedure, making sure that it is inclusive, going through and creating whatever policy and procedure first. I think it's most prudent so that we don't put ourselves in a situation that one of the council members mentioned opening a Pandora's box by taking an action. So the motion as it stands, I don't feel comfortable tonight supporting that. And in fact, I would make a substitute motion, unless the maker of the motion is interested in modifying their motion. But I do think that the motion tonight should be to set up the policy procedure to be able to set up the guidelines to be able to fly the rainbow flag and have the overall the discussion. And it may be that it is the same dates that were proposed tonight, but I think we'd be kind of putting the cart before the horse without knowing exactly what our policy is going to be. So that's my
Is that acceptable to the maker of the motion?
No.
Okay. So
I think that we accepted the friendly amendment from Councilwoman Michelle Martinez, which says let's look at a process. This is, I think, a very reasonable compromise to go forward. I think we're sending a horrible message to our gay and lesbian transgender community by saying that we're going to nitpick. See, in politics, there's moving targets, and people they don't want to just come out and say, "I'm not going to support it." They create arguments that are moving, and let's delay. And the reality is either you want to go forward or you don't. And so I would prefer just to go ahead. We've already put the friendly amendment that we're going to look at a process down the road. But I think that we have a very vibrant gay, lesbian, transgender community here in the city of Santa Ana. They have been heard. They are our business people. They are supporting this community, supporting the city. They're the first to volunteer. Whenever we need volunteers, I think we need to thank them for their work and for having to endure so much prejudice throughout their lives. And it's time that we give you a victory tonight. And I think that we need to go forward.
Thank you. So with that, Mayor Pro Tem, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I think that I appreciate what I've heard from my colleagues to my left. I think it's very good to have a process, and I think we're always talking about good procedure, but I think we could do both. I think we could move forward tonight with the motion as amended, and we can continue on with the process as well. Mm-hmm. Many times we've moved things without procedure, folks. Mm-hmm. We've done that ad nauseum, so if we want to start now to be procedurally correct on this fine point, then let's do it. Let's do it across the board, and let's never move on something without some sort of process or procedure. Let's call it what it is. So let's just be frank.
That.
We passed a moratorium tonight, a 45-day moratorium without a process. And so we've done things like this in the past. I think we need a process because I'd like to see the flag fly again, as was mentioned for Cesar Chavez Day. I'd like to see it flown on the Tet Festival during the Tet festivities. A lot of different things that are worthy of our respect and support in recognizing different struggles, as was mentioned. But that doesn't mean that we should prevent us from moving forward tonight with the support of this flag. I mean, as it was mentioned, this was proposed to fly year-round. I think all of us realize, look, there's many different things, but we could do both. We can do things concurrently, so let's not hang our hat on a procedural obstacle so we can't move forward. So I would be supportive of the process, of having a process in place, but at the same time moving forward with using those dates as was
Councilor
mentioned.
Martinez and then Benavides.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to state, just for the record, as we set precedent here today, and I'm supportive of setting this precedent, but as I mentioned, for example, Cesar Chavez Day, if we move forward with a policy like this, we're going to have to be consistent. So when we have Cesar Chavez Day, we're going to post it up then. And today we have the entire month, September 15th to October 15th, is Hispanic Heritage Month. And so that flag will also be posted. We have Lunar Day, and we also have Tet Festival throughout the entire month. So I'm just wanting to make sure that my colleagues understand that you are setting a precedent. You are establishing a process. So we cannot just do it for one, we're gonna do it for the others. And that's the policy we are setting here today. So I just want to make that clear, and I'm hopeful that you will be supportive when you cast your yay vote, and that will not change. Thank you.
Councilmember Reyna, you had something else?
You know, not sure if some of the comments in what direction that they were intended to go into.
We'll give it to you, man.
Although on my end, I have family, friends, and friends that are from the LGBT community. I love them. I will continue to love them no matter what the situation is. So I want to move forward on this, but I want to make sure that we move in a direction that makes sense. And if you ever attended one of our meetings, the one thing you'll walk away from is at some point, somebody's going to say, we need to follow a process. We need a process. We need to make a process. We need to make sure that we stand true to that process. Y cuando conviene, no estamos haciendo que we're just doing what we want when we want to do it. And I think it behooves us really to take a stronger look at this as we move forward, because we are setting a precedent. It's going to be 5 weeks. The next organization that's going to come up, they're going to want 5 weeks. And if we adjust it and change it, they're going to point to say, why are we treated differently? I am more than happy to move forward. I do support this. I just think that we need to make sure that we are doing it, our due diligence, and making sure we're taking everything into consideration before we move forward.
And Mr. Mayor,
Yes, go ahead.
I do understand that, but like Councilmember Martinez said, there are certain times. For example, you have Black Heritage Month, and there's no problem with putting something up that commemorates